round of the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge this morning. Our two judges for the championship this morning is Mr Jeff Gibson from Queensland and Mr Pip Hudson from New South Wales. The running order this morning, we have first out Peter Oxley from New South Wales, Barry Payton from Victoria, Tom Joyce from South Australia, Ivan Solomon from Western Australia, Lee Jamieson from Tassie, Bailey Knight from Queensland, Pip Flower from New South Wales, Adam James from Victoria, Stephen Cross from South Australia, Ken Atherton from Western Australia, Martin Waddingham from Tasmania, and then rounding out the third round is Jim O'Connell from Queensland. So we've got our three releases down there this morning. Once again, we've got the three same guys down there. Mr Connor McConnell, he's the President of Victoria. Mr Anthony Ireland, the President of South Australia. And Mr Len Morton from Western Australia. So going into this round, Peter Oxley in round one. Had a score of 84.5. In round two, he had a score of 68.5. So he's currently sitting on a total of 153. Okay, so first trialer is out in this third round of the Ted Gaby. Mr Peter Oxley from New South Wales, working Riverland Caesar. Peter Oxley is from Forest Reef in New South Wales and he's a retired farmer. Peter's been trialling for about 25 years. He was the New South Wales President for 3 years and he's an experienced Open, Supreme and Trans-Tasman judge. Most of Peter's dogs have been bred by himself and they go back to imported lines from 20 years ago. Over his career, he's won the Commonwealth Trans-Tasman Trial. He's also won a Supreme Improver and a National Improver. He was obviously lucky enough to qualify this year to represent New South Wales in the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge. And they've been doing a great job. He elected to send Caesar out to the right on his cast. And they've done a great job here bringing these sheep down the ground. He's bringing them down to his left-hand side. Two judges today, Mr Pip Hudson from New South Wales is walking the middle of the course and Mr Jeff Gibson from Queensland will be in the golf cart this morning. And those sheep are just walking beautifully. They've come around behind Pete. He's now just stepped away from the casting peg as he's heading now towards the gap. Of course, this is the Australian section of the course. He's trying to keep those sheep within that corridor. They're doing a nice job at the moment. Of course, Pete started with 100 points. The Trans-Tasman is a little bit different in the way that it is scored. Each area has a section, and each section has points. But the two judges out there are very experienced. Pip has judged in Australia and overseas, and so has Mr. Jeff Gibson. So not only are they experienced workers, but they're also very experienced judges. We're very grateful that they've agreed to judge this third round for us this morning. Pete's doing a great job here, just about to step into the set square. And that was very well done. They've just gone through the gap. They're now into the New Zealand drive as we head towards the Maltese cross. Another beautiful sunny day here at Strathalbyn this morning. We've been very lucky all week. It's been beautiful sunny weather. This is a beautiful drive as they're going from the gap to the Maltese cross. Caesar's in a lovely position. Pete's on the other side, and that's just what we want to see. Those sheep have flowed really nicely from the gap to the Maltese cross, and they're now in the free working area just outside the mouth of the Maltese cross. Beautiful work there. They've just gone straight through. And Pete's just sending his dog around to collect them, to bring them back to complete the second half of this Maltese cross. Pete's just checking that he's still within that free working area. That was beautifully done there. They've just gone into the second half. Caesar's just taking them through, and we're now back into the next drive as we go from the Maltese cross across to the bridge. These sheep are working beautifully this morning. Of course, we need to thank Stefan and Anthony Island, who have been bringing in the sheep all week, and Tom Joyce. It's a big job to get the sheep to the ground and away from the ground each day. It's been made possible by the use of David Floyd's truck, so we thank Floydie for the use of his truck for this week. To run an event like this, you call in favours from friends, and we've got Floydie's truck, and we've got a ramp from Philip Beats, so we thank them both for the use of their things this week. It's made it certainly a lot easier here at the ground. Those sheep are now up on the bridge. This has been a fairly clean run this morning. There we go, they've just come off. Peter's just sent his dog around to collect them. We're now back onto the Australian section as we head from the bridge across to the pen. So Pete will try and keep these on his right-hand side within that corridor. This has been a really classy run this morning from Pete. Those sheep are just now looking to go into the pen. Sheep are just checking out the dog. These sheep are just asking a question, but Caesar's certainly up to the task, has just pushed them in. Peter's happy that they've settled now in the back of the pen as he goes and shuts the gate on a very nice run. That was a lovely run there from Peter Oxley, working Riverland Caesar for New South Wales. Well done, Pete. It was a very, very good run this morning. Next competitor to the ground this morning will be Barry Payton, and he's representing Victoria with his dog word Chillabah Snowy. They had a first round score of 57. Yesterday they had a score of 87.25, which gives them a total of 144.25.
Peter had a penning time of 9 minutes and 14 seconds. Very well done.
So we have Barry Payton on the ground now. He's representing Victoria, and he's working his Dogpro Chillabah Snowy. For those that know Barry, they would know that he comes from Koroit in Victoria, and he's been involved in running that highly successful trial at Koroit for a good number of years. He's also involved with running the Canberra National each year with a great team over there. Barry's now retired, and he's been trialling for 35 years, and he loves it. A highlight for Barry in his trialling career was running 100 at the national. And biggest highlight for Barry is catching up with his mates when he travels around the country. Chillabah Snowy is a 6-year-old bitch, and she was bred by Bill Davidson. Snowy is side by MGH Son out of Chillabah Abbey. Career highlight for Chillabah Snowy is winning the Captain Payne Field Trial and obviously making the team for Victoria. They've done a great job bringing them down the ground. They're in a nice position there now on his left-hand side. He's just asking her now to bring them around behind him. That's very well done as they're now heading towards the gap. Those sheep have just ducked outside of the corridor on Barry's left-hand side. Barry's just trying to get the sheep back on course as he's heading towards the gap. Snowy's doing a great job here, just blocking and covering those sheep. Barry's just making his way to the gap. Barry's now in the set square. It's getting quite warm this morning as the dew's drying on the grass. Barry has just got those sheep through the gap. Of course, he's followed through the gap. If he forgets to do that, he will lose points. But that's certainly not a problem here. They've gone through. They're just outside of the corridor on this driving section at the moment. He's just trying to get Snowy to bring them back on course and drive them through to the Maltese cross. These sheep are walking nicely now down to the Maltese. Of course, what the judges are looking for on these driving sections is the flow of sheep. Ideally, they want to see the handler and the dog, one on either side of the sheep. The handler needs to be careful not to get in front of the lead sheep. If he does, there is a points deduction for that. Barry's now in a free working area at that Maltese cross, and basically that just means that he can assist his dog. He can block up his side, try and help the dog to get those sheep through. What he can't do is touch those sheep. He's got them through. So Barry's successfully completed one half of the Maltese. And he's in position now to bring those sheep. Snowy's doing a great job here bringing them up to Barry. Barry's blocking up his side. The sheep are now looking into that second half of the Maltese. There we go, we've got them in. Of course, they need to go straight through, and they've decided to veer out to the right. Snowy's collected them up. He just needs to bring them back, and they need to turn. That's a beautiful bit of work there from Snowy to pick those up. They're now going out of the Maltese as we head into the next drive from the Maltese cross to the bridge. Oh, look, Barry's got the moves this morning, just trying to keep up with those sheep. And of course, you can on this drive. Ideally, the handler needs to keep contact with those sheep. He just needs to be careful not to get in front of that lead sheep. They're doing a nice drive here down towards the bridge. Of course, this course was developed in consultation with New Zealand, and so we have sections of it that are Australian and sections that are New Zealand. And this section that Barry's working at the moment is a New Zealand drive section. We send a team over to New Zealand next month to compete for the Waylago Cup, which Australia are the current holders of. It's on display in the club rooms this week. We're hoping that when we go over there next month, we can retain the cup and keep our name on the trophy. If you have a look at the trophy, New Zealand have won it more times than we have. They had a real purple patch there for a while. there's certainly some very talented dogs here this week in this Interstate Challenge competition. We'll be doing our best next month to keep hold of that Wailago Cup. They've done a good job. They've gone up and over the bridge. We're back onto the Australian section now as they'll bring those sheep across to the to the pen. And Barry's got them walking along nicely in the corridor on his right-hand side. Barry's just about into the set square at the pen. He needs his little dog to put these straight in. All of the handlers, they carry a stopwatch. They know exactly how much time they have left. And they've gone in. Barry's not going to waste any time because he knows that his clock is starting to talk to him. Beautiful job. Well done, Barry. That was Barry Payton from Victoria working Wichilaba Snowy. And I think they only had about 30 seconds left on the clock. Oh no, I was being generous. 15 seconds I've just been told. So well done, Barry. Great job. Of course, the handlers are trying to get home. That pen is worth 20 points, so to not get home and shut that gate is very costly at this level, but that wasn't an issue for Barry. Our next competitor this morning is Tom Joyce from South Australia working his dog Oakdown Sammy. He'll be followed by Ivan Solomon from the West working Purundjeri Trish.
So the next competitor up now will be Tom Joyce, who'll be competing for South Australia, and he'll be working his dog Oakdown Sammy. So Tom and Sammy had a first round score of 69, and a second round score, a fantastic score of 93. So Tom and Sammy are stepping up to the peg now. The signal's been given to release the sheep, and out they come. The judge isn't satisfied that the sheep are settled yet, so they're still just trying to bring the sheep out to the mark and settle them down and wait for the judge's signal to begin the trial. But as you can see, one just keeps running for that back fence. And the judge is happy that they're in position now, and he's given the signal for the trial to begin. And Sammy's begun her outrun, and so those sheep have gone back towards the back fence again, and Tom's been asked to come away from the peg, and they'll put them up for another release. That's the second time that's happened for Tom in this Interstate Challenge, so I'm sure he won't be taking it personally, but it's just a bit of bad luck with the sheep wanting to head to that back fence before the dogs even made contact to them. So we're looking to get things reset here after abandoning the first release. It wasn't up to scratch, and the sheep certainly didn't seem in the mood to play today, so just about to re-release a second lot of sheep for Tom and Sammy to work. So it's a much better release there for Tom and Sammy now, and Sammy's taken up a position behind the sheep. So Sammy's now lifted those sheep and they've begun their draw towards the peg. From this point, they'll be looking to draw those sheep in as straight a line as possible. And the judges will be looking at an imaginary corridor of 9 metres, which means if those sheep deviate 4.5 metres either side, then they'll start taking some points away for being off course. So Tom is out here representing South Australia. This is his first time representing his state in 3 sheep trialling, but he has already represented South Australia in the utility trials. And while Tom is representing South Australia, he has travelled a fair way to be here. He's from Malaquina Station on the Eyre Peninsula. And Tom works a mixture of Kelpies and Border Collies. In this case, he's got Sammy out there who's one of his Border Collies and been a strong performing dog in South Australia for the last couple of years. But you'll also see Tom out there later this afternoon working his dog Strathalbyn, who is a Kelpie and has made the top 10 of the Supreme Championship. So they've made it around the peg in fairly quick fashion, and things looked fairly well under control and fairly steady, but the sheep have taken the chance to get a bit of a break on Sammy here. It's one of the tricky parts of the trial, is changing directions and turning the sheep back up to the direction that they've come from. And it's not unusual to see the sheep just challenge the dog in that situation and just try to make a run back to where their mates are back in the release. And so far, Sammy's been up to the task and holding them. She's got them back on course there now, so they'll be looking to continue settling those sheep and moving them carefully and slowly towards the gap. one of those ewes just went through the gap the wrong way, but Tom was able to use her to show the others the way through, and have now been able to get them through and begin their New Zealand style drive towards the Maltese Cross. So for the next two obstacles, we're working the New Zealand section of the course. And so you can see that Sammy and Tom have set themselves up into a drive position where Tom is holding the left-hand side of the corridor and Sammy is holding the right-hand side. And they'll both be working the sheep from behind the front of the lead sheep, so they'll be keeping the sheep in front of them at all times. Tom's allowed to vary his speed. He's even allowed to stop. The only thing he can't do is to walk backwards. And so they're now into what we call a free working area, which means Tom's allowed to move around, wave his arms to help to influence those sheep and keep them on course. One of the tricky things about the Maltese Cross is we do have to take them in from two directions, but that also means there are two escape routes for the sheep as they're moving through, so it's important to keep the flow going as they're moving through the cross, make sure they don't take a chance to look down either side. And you could just see then that Tom was waving his arms just to keep their eyes looking forward and not looking down the side of the cross at all. Great, thank you. And through they go. They're just looking to keep them flowing through. Again, not to look down either side. They've stopped part way, so Tom and Samuel just need to be a little careful to make sure that they don't take one of the side roads to get out of the cross. And with the last head pointing the right way, they should be able to move through and begin their walk towards the bridge. So you'll see again they're setting themselves up in a drive formation, which is where Tom will take one side of the sheep and Sammy will take the other, and they'll push those sheep forward from behind. In a perfect world, they shouldn't cross sides at all, so Tom should remain on the left-hand side and Sammy on the right, but when you're working with children and animals, things rarely work the way they're supposed to all the time, so Sammy's had to come out to the side here to just cross, to block those sheep up and send them back towards the corridor. It's interesting how things can change when we change directions in a sheepdog trial, and these sheep seem to be looking towards the back fence again. They want to get back to their mates, and they're just providing a bit of resistance there for Tom and Sammy. But so far they've been up to the task, and they're now inside of the free working area at the bridge. So the bridge can often be a challenging point in a trial. The sheep like to go where they can see, but they can't always see up over the top of the bridge, and they're a little bit resistant at times, but some good work and some fancy feet there from Tom, and they've been able to get the sheep up on top of the bridge. So now Sammy will have to move up and just give them a little bit of pressure to bump them off the edge, and there they go. And Tom and Sammy will begin their their approach to home as they head towards the pen. And as they head towards the pen now, they're back into the Australian course, or part of the course, which means we're not in a drive formation anymore. We're carrying the sheep, which means that Tom will just be aiming to keep those sheep on his right-hand side at all times within a 9 metre corridor. He'll also be looking to make sure those sheep don't go more than 9 metres in front or 9 metres behind. In a carry situation, the dog is allowed to head the sheep, and they're allowed to go out in front and block them up if they're getting too far ahead, and they're allowed to come back and push from the behind if they're getting too far behind. Whereas in a drive situation, ideally, neither the worker or the sheep will walk past the front sheep. The worker or the dog will look past the front sheep. And now that Tom's inside his square, he's unable to move. He's unable to assist the dog in any way other than to just help her with directions. A little bit of a bounce around there, and the sheep are firmly inside the back of the pen, and Tom thinks they're safe, so he's shutting the gate, and it looks to be a very good run. Well done, Tom. Well done, Sam. It was a fantastic run from Tom and Sam there. I'm sure they'll be very happy with their efforts this morning. And we look forward to getting their scores in a few moments. In the meantime, we have scores in for Peter Oxley with Rivelin Caesar and Barry Payton with Chillabah Snowy. So Peter Oxley and Caesar, representing New South Wales, had a score of 87.5 from Pip Hudson. All right. Sorry about that. So from the first job, Pip Hudson, we had a score of 97.5. And from the second judge for Peter Oxley with Rivelin Caesar, Jeff Gibson gave her a score of 88 for an average of 92.75. Representing Barry Payton, representing Victoria, we have Barry Payton working with Chillabah Snowy. He had a score of 78.5 from Pip Hudson and a score of 83 from Jeff Gibson, giving him an average score of 80.75.
Tom had a penning time of 12 minutes and 21 seconds.
So the next competitor up will be Ivan Solomon, representing Western Australia. He'll be working his dog, Perandry Trish. Ivan is a very experienced handler coming from Western Australia. He's been working sheepdogs for trials for over 30 years. And he's had a few very successful dogs and represented Australia on 4 occasions. As a member of the Australian team, he was runner-up in Launceston Supreme and enjoys helping others just to find their feet in sheepdog trialling. So that last lot of sheep were rejected and they're just setting up for a second release now. And the judge is happy, so he's given the signal for time to begin, and Trish has begun her outrun now. Trish is putting a beautiful wide and deep outrun, and she's right on the fence there now as she comes up to the goalposts, stopping perfectly on 12 o'clock, and now just beginning to apply a little bit of pressure to lift those sheep. Very nice, steady start to the trial now, and Ivan and Trish have got those sheep around the peg. It's been a very uneventful run so far, and just moving those sheep beautifully on the bring or the draw. So they're around the peg and now settled well inside of the corridor as Ivan begins to walk towards the gap, the first obstacle. The sheep have just tried to advance up the ground a little bit, but Trish is running beautiful and wide and has been able to get out there and just halt their progress. And these sheep just continuing to move nicely through the course, and Trish has been able to just maintain control without having to put a lot of pressure on them. And sure enough, easy as you like, they've found the gap and wandered on through, and Trish is quick to cover and hold them inside the corridor as Ivan makes his way through the gap to take up a driving position. Sheep just getting ahead a little bit there, and Trish has had to go to the head just to hold them up. So they'll be looking to just bring Trish in behind the sheep and gently move them up towards the Maltese cross. sheep have just found the gap in the Maltese cross, and they're wandering on nicely through the cross there, and Trish is now going to go around the other side and pick those sheep up and take them through the cross from the other direction. This one. I see the two of them. Got these sheep moving again nicely through the cross. Didn't really look down the sides at all, and are now just about clear of the last panel. And so now Ivan will be taking up a drive position again with Trish on one side and him on the other side, and just moving those sheep in front of them, just steering them from behind up towards the bridge. In this New Zealand part of the course, we have slightly wider corridors to work these sheep in. So we have a 15-metre corridor for the drives and a 9-metre corridor for the carries. Unfortunately, Trish just needed to move in front of those sheep to hold up the head and has bumped them back down the corridor, so there'll be some points deducted for that because the momentum needs to be forwards at all times. So the sheep are positioned well in front of the bridge now, and Ivan's just asking Trish to come up and apply a little bit of pressure to push them into the mouth. And she's done that. The sheep have headed straight up the ramp. And 1, 2, 3, they've popped off the end. And now Ivan and Trish will make their walk towards home. And we go back into the Australian section of the course now. So we'll be working an Australian carry, which means that Ivan will be keeping those sheep within the 9-metre corridor on his right-hand side. He has to walk in a straight line and he's not allowed to vary his speed at all. It's been a very enjoyable run to watch so far, and things have just continued to progress nicely throughout the whole trial. The sheep are well under control, and at no point has Trish had to come in and really force the situation. The sheep have just been able to keep moving, flowing through the course nicely. And so they're now inside the pen, and as soon as Ivan feels happy that they're safely in the pen and settled nicely, he'll step out of his ring and begin to shut the gate. Congratulations, Ivan. Congratulations, Trish. That was a sensational run. Well done. So we look forward to hearing the scores or getting scores through for Ivan and Trish, but we have scores through for Tom Joyce and Oakdown Semi. So score from Pip Hudson was 84.5. Score from Jeff Gibson, 68.5, for an average score of 76.5. So the next competitor up will be Lee Jamison, who will be representing Tasmania with his dog Shenandoah Steel. So with the signal given to start the trial, Steele's begun her outrun. And it's taken up a perfect position behind the sheep there at exactly 12 o'clock from where Ivan is, where Lee is standing. So Steele is just gently lifting those sheep towards the worker. And they're now beginning their draw up the grounds. From here, they'll be aiming to take those sheep in a straight line all the way to the peg. And the judges will be looking at an imaginary line or corridor of 9 metres from where they're standing now to all the way down to Lee's left-hand side by the peg. So we have a score in for Ivan Solomon with per injury Trish. They had a score of 86 from the judge Pip Hudson and a score of 87 from judge Jeff Gibson, giving them an average score of 86.5. So combined across the 3 runs, in the first round they had a 47, 85.25 and 86.5 for a total of 218.75. So the competitors out here are competing in the 2023 Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge. This is an event that is featured at every Supreme Championship. So they'll be competing for the Ted Gaby Shield, but they're also competing for a spot on the national team, which will compete in New Zealand in the next month. So the top 4 scoring dogs from an aggregate of their 3 rounds will be selected to go and represent Australia in New Zealand next month. So Lee and Steele are just moving these sheep nicely through the corridor towards the gap. Some really lovely, careful work here from Lee and Steele just to continue to settle those sheep and gently show them the gap. And through they go. So Steele's come out to cover the sheep and keep them in the corridor, while Lee moves himself into a driving position. And from here they'll be looking to drive those sheep in front of both the worker and the dog all the way up to the next obstacle, which is the Maltese cross. So they've got the sheep through the first side of the Maltese cross. They now need to bring them back around to the southern end and feed those sheep through again. And they're clear of the Maltese cross, so Lee and Steele will begin driving those sheep towards the bridge. Again, ensuring that the sheep stay in front of both the handler and the dog. In a drive, one of the main aims is not just to have the sheep in front of both the handler and the worker, but to keep the flow going so that the sheep move at a consistent speed between the obstacles. Lee and Steele have done a pretty good job of maintaining the flow on this drive, and only a couple of brief pauses, but they're now in position in front of the bridge, ready to start to guide those sheep into the mouth. Those sheep are in the mouth of the bridge there now, so Lee will be just asking Steele to step up and apply a little bit of pressure to send them up the ramp, and up they go. The sheep have just paused at the top of the bridge, so Steele will just need to walk up the ramp and convince those sheep to jump off. It's often a nice safe place for sheep to stand, so they do tend to stick around up there, but these guys have not. They've jumped off the end, and now Lee and Steele will begin making their way towards home. So Lee elected to allow Steele to go up over the top there. A lot of handlers won't wouldn't allow that, but Lee must have decided it was a safe move. Can be a bit of a risk if the sheep do bubble back the other direction. They can cross the dog without any fault on the dog, but still would be a deduction. So far, the sheep have moved along the walk there towards the pen beautifully and are now positioned nicely in front of the pen, ready to be put away. The sheep are inside the pen now, so Lee will just be looking to settle those sheep to make sure that they're safe and not going to make a sudden run for it. And he's moved off to shut the gate and completed the trial. Well done, Lee. Well done, Steele. So while we wait for the scores to come back in for Lee and Steele, I'll just go through some of the scores we've already had this morning. So first up this morning was Peter Oxley representing New South Wales with Rivlin Caesar. They had a score of 97.5 and 88 from the two judges, giving them an average of 92.75. We then had Barry Payton working Wichillaba Snowy representing Victoria. They had a score of 78.5 from one judge and 83 from another judge, giving them an average of 80.75. Next up, from South Australia, we had Tom Joyce working Oakdown Sammy. They had a score of 84.5 from the first judge and 68.5 from the second judge, giving them an average of 76.5. And we had Ivan Solomon representing Western Australia with Perandry Trish. They had a score of 86 and 87 from the two judges, giving them an average of 86.5. So next up this morning we have Bailey Knight representing Queensland. He'll be working his dog, Milnunny Duncan. Bailey's been working sheepdog trials for 8 years, and this is his first time representing his state, Queensland. His highlight in sheepdog trialling has been winning the Queensland Open Handler, Open Dog, Novice Dog and Top 2 Dogs in the rep runoff, all in the same year. So Duncan's made it into a great position there at about 12 o'clock from the handler. He'll now be attempting to lift those sheep, which is to start them moving towards the peg. And from that point, they'll be drawing the sheep up towards the handler at the other end of the ground and aiming to do that in a perfectly straight line. So Duncan's still just continuing to bring those sheep up the ground. The sheep keep turning and looking towards that back fence and wondering if they can get back past Duncan, but so far Duncan's just been able to continue to guide those sheep in the right direction. And at this stage of the trial, there'll certainly be no rush and no hurry to move those sheep along, and in a way, if the sheep want to turn and look at the dog, then that just gives Bailey and Duncan a little bit more chance to introduce the dog slowly and just convince the sheep that the dog's no great threat, but also the dog's capable of blocking them up if he needs to. So Bailey and Duncan have got those sheep around the peg now. And as often happens, things can move pretty slowly heading up the ground one way, but when we change directions, then the sheep can often gain a bit of confidence or perhaps smell something on the wind and want to make a bit of a run for it. But Duncan's been good enough to catch those sheep and bring them back on course now. They're just about back inside the corridor. The sheep just challenging Duncan a little bit just to see if they can break past him, but Duncan's been quick to cover. So the sheep are through the gap now, and Duncan's just holding them up while Bailey makes his way into position for a drive. So in a driving position, Bailey should be taking up one side of the corridor and Duncan the other, and they should ideally be both behind the first lead sheep. But in this situation, Duncan's had to go out and cover the head to make sure the sheep don't get away, and now he's just bringing them back on course. So they're now back inside the corridor, and again they'll be looking to drive those sheep towards the Maltese cross. And the sheep have gone through the first side of the Maltese cross and are now making their way around to the southern end. We have to put the sheep through 2 different directions with the cross. And so they've gone from west to east, and now they need to come back and go from the southern end to the northern end towards the bridge. So now those sheep are through the Maltese cross. They're beginning their drive towards the bridge. The aim here will be to keep those sheep flowing all the way from the cross to the bridge and try to avoid any hesitations or any stops along the way. And so far they've been able to deliver those sheep fairly smoothly towards the bridge, and they're now in the free working area, so they'll be working as a team to guide those sheep inside of the mouth of the bridge. They seem to be just inside the mouth there, but they've just turned around to have a look at the dog for a second. And a little bit of a bounce around, and they're up and they're going to go over. So as Bailey and Duncan begin their run towards home, they'll be doing so in an Australian part of the course, which means they'll be aiming to carry those sheep within a 9 metre corridor. The sheep have just drifted back up the ground again now, so they're outside of the corridor now, and Duncan will be bringing those back on as quickly as he can. These sheep have continued to challenge Duncan all the way around the course, but they've done really well to keep these sheep going and getting through the course. They have just enough time to get this pen now, I think, if things go well. And getting the pen in this game is still an achievement on its own, regardless of how good the score is. And in they go, and as soon as Bailey feels confident they're settled, he'll step outside of his ring there and shut that gate. Congratulations, Bailey. It was a good run. It was a difficult run, but it was really well worked. So we look forward to getting a score in for Bailey and Duncan. We have a score in for Lee Jamison representing Tasmania with Shenandoah Steel. They had a score of 86 and 87 to give them an average of 86.5. So combined with their first and second round, Lee Jamison and Shenandoah Steel have ended up with a total of 226. So now we have Pip Flower representing New South Wales, and she'll be working her dog, Flower's Fang. So Fang's on a beautiful wide out run and taking up a position behind the sheep there. Sheep are not real keen to have her there at the moment, but she'll be working to just settle those sheep down and just get them used to having the dog out there. And so Pip is a very experienced livestock handler. She started trialling back in 2013 and has taken some time off for university, but has come back into trialling in the last couple of years and has really begun to find her feet. She works as a livestock contractor, so handling sheep and dogs is a part of her everyday life. So Pip's drawing these sheep up the ground. At the moment, they're still got another 20, 30 metres to go before they make it to the peg. But so far things have been moving along fairly well, and the sheep have turned a few times and just to ask a few questions of the dog, and so far the dog's been up to the task. They're around the peg now and headed towards the gap, the first obstacle. The sheep have taken the chance to make a bit of a break for it, but Fang's been good enough to cut them off and hold them up into the corridor. So if you've just turned up at the ground, or perhaps you've just tuned into the live stream on YouTube, we're now currently doing the Gaby Interstate Challenge. So this is the top 2 handlers from every state. They've been selected in their home states and sent to this trial to represent the state. So they're competing for the Gaby Shield. And the course that we're working here is what we call the Trans-Tasman course, which is a hybrid course designed around parts of the Australian sheepdog trial course and parts of the New Zealand sheepdog trial course. Currently we're working the Gap, which is one of the Australian sections of the course. So when we're working in the Australian sections, the handler must stand inside of a set square. They're not allowed to move, they're not allowed to wave their arms or do anything to assist the dog other than to give them commands. And through they go. So now that they're through the gap, they move on to the next part of the course, which is in the New Zealand style, which means that they'll be doing what we call a drive. In a drive formation, Pip will be holding up one side of the corridor and Fang will be holding up the other, and they'll be aiming to keep the sheep moving in front of both the worker and the dog at all times. So neither the dog or the worker should move past the head of the front sheep. And they should be aiming to keep those sheep moving in a nice, fluent fashion without too many changes of speed, and certainly trying to avoid any stops or halts or hesitations along the way. So you can see Fang and Pip have done a good job to get them up to the Maltese cross there now, and they work together in what we call a free working area. So this is very different to the Australian way of working. Here Pip is allowed to help Fang to guide those sheep inside the obstacle. Once they're inside the obstacle, the job is really for the dog to apply pressure to push them through. One of the tricky parts of the Maltese cross is that there are a couple of exit roads that the sheep could take. And so if they stop and turn in the middle, they can often try to head out the wrong exit of the obstacle, which they did there for a moment, but Pip was able to send Fang the right way and just cover them up. So Pip and Fang have been able to get those sheep now through the first part of the Maltese cross, but as you can see the sheep have stopped again in the middle, so they'll just have to coax those sheep to turn around and face the proper exit, which they have, and now they'll begin their drive towards the bridge. So as they're in a free working area now, Pip is able to support the dog and just to help to create some movement and just coax those sheep into the mouth of the bridge. Sheep seem a bit reluctant to go in, and one's just bubbled around the side. But they're in the mouth now, and Fang will just be applying a little bit of pressure to keep them moving upwards and off the ends. And they're away, so Pip and Fang will start their walk towards the pen, the final obstacle, to complete the course. And as they do so, they're returning to the Australian part of the course, so again they'll be working in a 9-metre corridor. And once Pip starts her walk, she needs to continue walking at the same speed in a straight line between the obstacles. The sheep have been moving nicely in that corridor between the two obstacles now. They're just approaching the pen, and we'll start to just settle those sheep and get them looking inside the pen. They've still got a bit of time up their sleeves, so that shouldn't be an issue. And look at that, the sheep have walked straight in. And they're sitting in the back corner. Pip's happy that they're secure, and she's shutting the gate. Congratulations, Pip and Fang. What a fantastic run. We look forward to getting those scores in. So currently we have scores in for 6 of our competitors in the Interstate Challenge. So at the moment we have our leading score in the Interstate Challenge is Peter Oxley, working Riverland Caesar and representing New South Wales. They have a total aggregate score of 251. In second place at this stage we have Tom Joyce working Oakdown Semi with an aggregate score of 238.5 representing South Australia. We then have Bailey Knight working his dog Milnunny Duncan representing Queensland with an aggregate score of 236.75. Then, representing Tasmania, Lee Jamieson with Shenandoah Steel, a score of 226. 1 point further back, we have Barry Payton from Victoria, working Virtualiba Snowy, with a score of 225. And then finally, Ivan Solomon from Western Australia, working Parandri Trish, and a score of 218.75. And all the competitors out here are not just competing for state honour and state glory, but they're also competing for the honour of a spot in the Australian Test team, which is going to be competing in New Zealand in the next month. So the top 4 scores from the Interstate Challenge will be selected to represent Australia. And so at this stage, the competition is looking pretty tight up at the top, with several of our competitors in position to make that team. So at the peg now we have Adam James representing Victoria with his dog Myamba Moss. They had a first round score of 85 and a second round score of 78. So Moss is one of 2 Kelpies in this Interstate Challenge. And he's completed his outrun now and taken up a good position behind the sheep. So Adam and Moss are bringing those sheep up steadily at the moment, and so far they've made good progress. And the sheep have been responding to the dog well. There's no sense of panic out there. The sheep just seem calm and relaxed, and they're just gently moving up the ground to where Adam is standing. It's a great piece of work there for Moss to bring that single sheep back to the group, and chance to just reset and just try and settle things back down again after the sheep made a bit of a breakaway there. It's always a bit of a risky time in a trial when you change directions and head back up the ground. The sheep can often gain a bit of confidence and try to make a run for it. So far, Moss has done a really good job to bring those sheep back on and just tidy up the situation. The sheep have just made that chance to break past the gap, and so now Moss will be bringing them back around to the front and try to get those sheep through the gap from the front now. It'll be another opportunity for them to just settle things down and continue to get these sheep used to the dog and used to the idea that the dog's quick enough to cover them and it's not going to let them go. So from this position here, it can often be really beneficial to put those sheep through the obstacle backwards. It doesn't count, but it does show them where the gap is, and once they know where that gap is, there's a good chance that they'll turn around and go straight back through it. And through they go. So now that they've completed the gap, they'll be moving on to the New Zealand phase of the course. It's quite different from the way we would normally run things in Australia. And Adam and Moss will be looking to set up a driving formation here where Adam will hold up one side and Moss will hold up the other, and they'll be both just guiding the sheep from behind. So the aim is for the sheep to stay in front of them at all times, and also moving fairly fluently without any stops or hesitations along the way. So Adam and Moss have got a real move on there now, and just keeping these sheep flowing nicely between these obstacles. Probably flowing a little bit more than I think Adam wants at this present moment, but they're now inside the free working area, and Adam's taken up the opposite side to what we would normally work the bridge. It is a free working area, so he can stand pretty much wherever he likes. He can move around, he can wave his arms. The only thing he can't do is grab hold of the sheep and push them up there on his own. Sally and Moss are just having a little bit of trouble getting these sheep to hold in the mouth of the bridge. So they've brought them back around and they'll give it another go. See that one ewe there is fairly determined not to even look down the bridge, and certainly giving Moss a run for her money. And some good work in the end there, and Moss has got them up over the bridge, and Adam has begun his walk towards home. So the only part of the course left to complete is now the bridge, and they're back under the Australian rules now, so they'll be trying to keep those sheep within a 9 metre corridor and keep moving through this at a consistent speed. So once Adam starts his walk, that's the speed he locks himself into, and he has to continue at that speed. And if he changes speed, there'll be some deductions from the judges. Sheep have just drifted off course now, and Moss will have to bring them back to the front of the pen before attempting to put the sheep in. So they've just got the sheep looking into the pen now, just aiming to steer them inside the mouth before Adam will be able to move off of his position and shut the gate. So he's got them in the back there now, and he'll just take a second to settle them and make sure they're not going to make a sudden run for it. And round we go. And well done. Congratulations, Adam and Moss. So we look forward to getting the scores in for Adam and my Amber Moss. And that'll be the final runner for Victoria now, so we'll have a total score for them very shortly. The next competitor up will be Stephen Cross. He's a local here from Strathalbyn, and he'll be representing South Australia. And he'll be working his dog, Echo Park Lady. So just coming up to the peg now, we have South Australian Stephen Cross working Echo Park Lady. The judges give the signal to release the sheep, and they're being brought out now. Just moving them up towards the mark where the judge will be happy to start the trial. And the judge has given his signal, and Lady is away on her outrun. So they'll be looking for an outrun that's wide and deep, and aiming to just not interrupt the sheep at all, not interfere with them, and certainly not put them under pressure. And so far, Lady's right against the back fence, in just about as good a position as you could hope for. And there she stops in a great position there at about 12 o'clock behind the sheep from the line of the worker. So she'll now be looking to just gently lift those sheep and start them moving towards Stefan up at the peg. These sheep just testing Lady now to see if they can get away and back to where they've come from. So far, Lady's been able to hold them up. She's now been able to get things back under control a bit and continue lifting those and bringing them back towards Stefan. Lady's getting things back under control here now, and they're beginning to draw those sheep towards Stefan at the other end of the ground. Stefan will be content to take his time here, and there'll certainly be no rush to get those sheep up and around the peg, and he'll be using all this as a time to just gently break those sheep down and get them used to the idea of having a dog out there, and used to the idea this dog's not going to cause any problems for them, and all they really need to do is just keep going where she guides them. So Lady's been able to bring those sheep up towards the peg there. It's fairly uneventful after that little tussle at the beginning. They're just looking to get those sheep around and try to steady things ready for the walk to the peg, to the gap. That was well done there to turn them round the peg and still keep them under good control and in the corridor. They're just making a bit of a break for it now, but Lady's good enough to head them off. Again, this has been one of the trickiest part of this course, is when we start to take the sheep back up the ground towards the gap, and the sheep get a sense for home and want to make a bit of a break for it. It's taken some good work from all of the dogs in this Interstate Challenge to keep them on course and under control. been some really good work here from Lady just to keep those sheep moving along that corridor. You can see the sheep wanting to draw on towards the southern end of the ground, so Lady's had to do most of it from out in front of the sheep, just holding them up as well as keeping them and steering them on course. And the sheep have seen the gap and are moving through. So Lady's just holding them up, keeping them on course while Stefan makes his way through the gap and into a driving position. So from here on, then Stefan and Lady will be looking to drive these sheep towards the next obstacle, which means that they'll be trying to work these sheep from behind the front of the lead sheep. The way to do that is that Stefan will hold up one side of the corridor and Lady will hold up the other, and they should just both walk along just a few paces behind the front of the lead sheep, just to keep them moving forward, but also not causing them to bolt away. So now they're inside of the free working area in front of the Maltese cross. Stefan is able to move around and to assist the dog to guide those sheep into the mouth of the cross. Just because we're at a sheepdog trial doesn't mean we can't learn and have a little history lesson while we're at it. So the Maltese cross is named so because it's named after the symbol used by the Knights of Malta. It's also the symbol that's used by the St. John's and the ambulance. It's an 8-pointed cross. You can see that the way the Maltese cross is designed on our course, it does have 8 points to it. The other thing it has 2 exits that the sheep can choose to take, and the aim will be to just keep the sheep flowing through so they don't look down the two side exits, which we of course don't want them to go through. We need them to go straight through the cross, and at the moment Stefan and Lady are just having to do a bit of work to turn those sheep so they see the proper exit, and they have now. And so now that they have, they'll be beginning their drive towards the bridge. So the aim of the drive is to keep the sheep flowing all the way, as well as in position in front of both the worker and the dog. You can see Stefan there is moving fairly rapidly next to the sheep to keep them moving, keep them flowing, but also keep them on course. It was a fairly good drive there by Stefan and Lady, and they were able to keep those sheep moving without really stopping or hesitating along the way. They're now also in a really great position to look up the bridge, and you can see the sheep at the moment looking right up the bridge and on top now. Lady's just going to give them a little bit of pressure from behind to push them off, and now Stefan and Lady are getting set for their walk towards home. They've got one obstacle to complete to finish the course, and from here on in they're back into familiar territory under the Australian rules. So they'll be walking in a straight line between the 2 obstacles and not stopping along the way. He'll also be looking to keep those sheep within a 9-metre corridor out to his right hand side, while at the same time making sure that the sheep don't move too far in front or too far behind. So Lady's just having to come across and bring those sheep back onto course, having come inside the markers there. And Stefan will take up his place inside the set by the pen. And they're inside the pen. Stefan will just sit Lady down there and allow the sheep to settle while he shuts the gate. And what a fantastic run. Well done, Stefan and Lady. Congratulations. That's a fantastic result for Stefan and a fantastic result for South Australia. Stefan came into this final round in the lead in the race to represent Australia in the upcoming test match in New Zealand. So we look forward to getting those scores, and we're hoping for the best for South Australia and for Stefan.
Stefan and Lady penned in 12 minutes and 2 seconds.
So the next competitor up will be Ken Atherton, representing Western Australia. He'll be working his dog Ramulan Charlie. Ramulan Charlie is the second of our Kelpies to be working in this Interstate Challenge. Ken and Charlie have had a fantastic Supreme Championship here. They've not only performed very well in the Interstate Challenge, but they're also inside the top 10 now for the finals this afternoon. So in a really good position. So the next competitor is Ken Atherton. He's a farmer from Wagon in in Western Australia. He started primarily in yard and utility trials in 1985 at a trial run by Doug Connop, and he says that Doug helped him a lot. Doug helped him a lot to get started in sheepdog trialling. All of Ken's dogs are traced back to his foundation bitch purchased in 1988, and he's been breeding along that line ever since. The foundation bitch that he purchased in 88 was from a breeder called Tony Parsons from Kurrawarra Stud in Queensland. And this dog that he's working today, Ramulan Charlie, is a 5-year-old dog. He's also one of 2 Kelpies in our Interstate Challenge, and has been looking absolutely fantastic throughout this whole week. So the sheep have been released and the judge has given the signal to start the trial, and Charlie's begun his outrun. Charlie tends to run beautifully and wide and is following the fence most of the way around. He'll hopefully come also nice and deep and finish up in a 12 o'clock position directly behind the sheep. So he's taken up a good position now and is just gently walking towards the sheep, trying to lift them towards the worker. So we call that the lift in our trial. It's the first approach towards a sheep and the first movement towards the handler. So Charlie's been able to turn those sheep and get them walking up the ground now. They do still keep turning around, and just asking a few questions of Charlie, whether he's up to the job of holding them should they choose to make a breakaway. But I think so far they've decided that it's not worth the effort and they're just making their way up the ground gently. This stage of the trial, they'll be satisfied to be just moving along gently at the moment. There's no real rush. We're given 15 minutes to complete the course, which is plenty of time really, as long as things continue to progress nicely. Most competitors in this Interstate Challenge have been able to complete the course this morning, and it's been quite a high standard that we've seen out here today, even despite the fairly challenging conditions that they've had out there. So if you've just arrived at the ground or are tuning into the live stream for the first time on YouTube, we're currently running the last few rounds of the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge. We've got 3 more dogs to come this morning. In the Interstate Challenge, we have the top 2 dogs and handlers from each state. They were pre-selected back in their home states and have been sent to represent their state in this Interstate Challenge. They're competing for the Ted Gaby Shield. But they're also competing for some personal honour here as well. The top 4 competitors will be selected to go to the test for the Australian team to go to the test match in New Zealand next month. And because the aim of this competition is to select our test team, we are working the Trans-Tasman course, which is the course we use for the international tests. In the Trans-Tasman course, we've got the course divided into certain elements. Some of these elements follow the Australian tradition of trialling, and some of these elements follow the New Zealand tradition of trialling. And as we start off this walk towards the gap now, the first obstacle, we are in the Australian part of the course. So being in the Australian part of the course now, Ken and Charlie will be looking to keep those sheep within a 9 metre corridor that you can see marked on the ground. There are some yellow and red cones which mark that corridor. The yellow cones mark the walkway that Ken needs to walk along. That is the inside of the corridor, and the red cones mark the outside of the corridor, which is 9 metres away from the right-hand side of where the worker is walking. And so Charlie's working now to just hold those sheep inside the corridor, and I think he might have pulled them up just in time. Charlie's got these sheep just looking into the gap there now, and one of them's led the way through, so Charlie will be quickly just covering them off and making sure they don't get too far away and returning them back to course while Adam takes up his position for the drive. So as I said, we're using elements of the Australian course and elements of the New Zealand tradition of sheepdog trialling, and now we're entering the New Zealand section of the course where we will drive the sheep between the obstacles, and by that we mean that Adam will be trying to make sure that the sheep stay in front of both him and the dog. So the way to do that will be that they'll take one side each. Adam was going to take the inside here, and Charlie's going to take up the outside. And they'll be looking to move together about a step or two behind the sheep, just steering them from behind and keeping them moving forwards at all times. One of the aspects of a really good drive is that they should move smoothly and fluently and without any stops or hesitations along the way. So they'll just be looking to keep that pressure up, just a little bit of pressure to keep them moving along steadily, no stops, just constantly moving forward. Once they've arrived at the obstacle, they enter what's called a free working area. And in that space, Adam's allowed to help Charlie out. He can wave his arms and he can move around to try and guide the sheep through. And as you can see, the sheep have gone through the first half of the Maltese cross fairly cleanly without too many hassles. Just looking to clear the last sheep just out of the end of the cross there. So with the Maltese cross, we need to work the sheep from 2 different directions. So we have completed one side of the cross, and they're just bringing them back around to the southern end of the ground to put them through the second side of the cross. So the sheep are moving through the cross now. They move through the middle of the cross quite well. It can be a sticking point with this obstacle if the sheep stop in the middle and look down those 2 exit roads either side. But this time they were able to keep the sheep moving smoothly, so they didn't look to the right, didn't look to the left, and they've gone straight ahead. So now Ken and Charlie are taking up their positions in a drive again, and this time Ken has decided to take the outside line of the drive while Charlie's on the inside, and they'll look to just keep these sheep bobbing along in front of them. So the sheep just stopped for a moment there, and Ken and Charlie have just put a little bit of pressure on to keep things moving forward. They'll aim to just keep that gentle pressure on all the way to the bridge now. So after taking up his position on the outside of the drive, it's now got Ken in a slightly different position to what they may be used to, working the bridge from the right-hand side. We're used to working it from the left here in Australia. But they've done well and been able to get those sheep inside the mouth of the obstacle. It would just be a matter of putting a little bit of pressure up and getting them up over the top, which they've done. So Charlie is going to quickly come around and cover those sheep off shortly. And Ken and Charlie are making their way for home. So they've just got one more obstacle to complete this course. And as they move towards the pen, which is our final obstacle, they are back under an Australian type rules where we're carrying the sheep between the obstacles, and by that we mean that Ken has to keep those sheep within a 9 metre corridor to his right hand side. He also needs to make sure that the sheep don't go too far in front or too far behind. So ideally these sheep should be level with the worker, but if they go any more than 9 metres in front or 9 metres behind, then there'll be points deducted. But so far on this carry here, the sheep have walked with Ken all the way, and they're looking straight into the pen. Beautiful work there from Ken and Charlie. And they're comfortable. The sheep are settled in now, so they're shutting the gate. It's an outstanding run. Well done, Ken. Well done, Charlie. So that should be a good score. We look forward to getting that in and seeing how that lines Victoria up in the Interstate Challenge. Western Australia up in the Interstate Challenge. We have only 2 more competitors to come for this year's Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge. We have from Tasmania, Martin Waddingham, working his dog Nolan's Digger, and he'll be next up. And then finally after him, it'll be Jim O'Connell representing Queensland with his dog Fleetwood Paw. So with only 2 dogs to come in this Interstate Challenge and places for the Australian team on the line, things are getting quite tight towards the top. And there are currently only half a point separating the 3rd and the 4th placed competitors at this point. So just a reminder, the top 4 scores will qualify to represent Australia next month in New Zealand. So the sheep have been released and the judge has given the signal for the time to start. And Martin sent his dog Digger on the outrun and is just arriving behind the sheep at the moment and has taken up a good position behind the sheep. The sheep have just moved off straight away and are drawing up towards the other end of the ground, which is where Martin is standing at the peg. So far things moving in a nice straight line, and that'll be the aim for Martin and Digger from here on in. They'll be looking to keep those sheep moving directly towards the peg and not deviating either side. As the judges are looking up the ground, they'll be imagining a 9 metre corridor from where the sheep are right now to just a spot to the left of where Martin is standing. The aim will be to bring those sheep up within that imaginary corridor, and any deviation from that corridor, either 4.5 or 5 metres either side, will result in some points being taken off. In this competition, every competitor starts with 100 points and they lose points along the way. There's no way to add points back on. Once they're gone, they don't come back. Where things are a little bit different to the Australian trials, we can bank those points as we move around the course. So every section of the course is worth a number of points, and once the obstacle's been completed, those points are secured away. And no matter what happens to the rest of the trial, those will still be there at the end. So Martin and Digger have got the sheep around the peg and they're beginning their walk towards the first obstacle, which is the gap. The gap is a fairly typical part of our Australian Supreme course. And so this section of the course is run under Australian conditions or Australian rules, meaning that Martin and Digger will be aiming to keep those sheep within a 9 metre corridor all the way around the course. They also need to make sure that the sheep stay with the worker and don't fall too far in front or too far behind. Once they get about 9 or 10 metres in front, then the judge will start to take some points away. So Digger's doing a really good job here of just holding those sheep inside the corridor and keeping them from getting too far in front. They have bubbled up the ground a little bit here, but so Digger will just be holding them in this position by the gap, ready to set them up to put them through. So Martin's just trying to position Digger in behind the sheep in a way that doesn't disturb them or upset them. Unfortunately, they've just run past the edge of the gap, so they'll just be bringing them back and resetting them. But from this position, the sheep have had a good look now at the gap, and they will be hoping to just apply a little bit of pressure and have that lead sheep walk through. And they've got a leader, and through they go. So Dig is just going to quickly cover them, make sure they don't break away too far. Just hold them inside that corridor while Martin takes up his position for the drive. So from here on in, they're working in the New Zealand style of sheepdog trialling, which involves a drive, which in this situation means they'll be trying to set them up so that the sheep are in front of the worker and the dog all the time, and they're just steering the sheep from behind towards the obstacle. The obstacle that they're approaching now is called the Maltese Cross. And with the Maltese Cross, we need to work the sheep through two different directions. So they'll be going through from west to east first, and then they'll bring them around and take them from south to west, south to north. That's right. So they've made their way through the first half of the Maltese Cross and are now just setting to take the second direction. So this dog, Nolan's Digger, was born on Anzac Day, and I'm sure that had something to do with the choice of name. They have taken up a good driving position now and are just keeping those sheep flowing beautifully between the Maltese Cross and the bridge. So they're now in a free working area in front of the bridge, which means that Martin can move around and wave his hands and do whatever he likes pretty much to assist the dog. The only thing he can't really do is to grab hold of a sheep. He can't touch the sheep in any way. As tempting as it'd be to just kind of grab them and carry them over the bridge, we're not allowed to do that in this game, and it really needs to be the dog that provides the pressure and the force to get them over. And just as Digger tried to do that, the sheep took a chance to run out past. It's always the risk in this game when you're applying pressure to the sheep. You might just spook them and they'll come back out past the dog. That's why you'll notice that everything we tend to do out there is usually done fairly carefully, fairly cautiously, but fairly intentionally as well. The aim of the game is always going to be to get the sheep home and to put them in the pen, just as if it was a real work situation. There's not much point leaving the sheep out in the paddock if you've got things to do. You need to get the job done, and that's what Martin and Digger are doing now. They have finished the bridge and are now on towards the final obstacle to complete this course, the pen. And as they move on to the pen, they now return to the Australian section of the course. Meaning that from here we're doing what's called an Australian carry, or carrying the sheep between the obstacles, which means that Martin will be looking to keep those sheep in a 9-metre corridor to his right-hand side, as well as making sure that they stay pretty much level with him the whole way. If the sheep get too far in front or too far behind, then the judge will start taking points away. So now Martin's in his position at the pen. He's not allowed to move and influence those sheep in any way. All he can do is command the dog. With those sheep settled nicely in front of the pen now, it'd just be a matter of just getting them to turn and look into the gap and walk towards the back of the pen. Once he feels that they're secure in the pen, Martin's free to walk out of his set and shut the gate. And congratulations, Martin and Digger. So that was Martin Waddingham and Nolan's Digger representing Tasmania. We're waiting for their score to come in, and we'll let you know as soon as we have that available. The next competitor up, and the last competitor in this year's Interstate Challenge, will be Jim O'Connell from Queensland, and he'll be working his dog Fleetwood Paw. So we're waiting for Jim O'Connell to come onto the ground. He's a very experienced handler and has competed at the highest levels. He's been trialling for 32 years and representing the state of Queensland. He's represented Queensland 9 times prior to this year, so this is his 10th time representing his state. He's also represented Australia on 5 occasions, and he'll be looking to do so again today, and looking for a good score to qualify for the test team, which will be competing in New Zealand next month. So if you've just arrived at the ground, or perhaps you've just tuned into YouTube for the live stream, you may not know we're currently running the 2023 Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge, and this competition is run by the 2 top workers and top dogs for every state. They represent their state as a pair, with their scores combining together to find the best state in sheepdog trialling in Australia at this stage. So the competitors here are working to win the shield back for their state, as well as working for some individual honour and the chance to represent their country in New Zealand next month. The top 4 scores combined from this trial will qualify to represent Australia. So Jim has got these sheep through the gap there now, and they've begun working towards the Maltese cross. So from here on in, they'll be driving those sheep, which is a little bit unfamiliar to us in Australia. We tend to carry the sheep along with us, but in this situation, we have to keep the sheep in front of us and just steer them from behind. Jim and Paul have arrived at the Maltese cross, and they're just getting the flow through the first side nicely now. We have to take the sheep through 2 different directions with the Maltese cross, so they're going to bring them back around to the southern end and get those sheep through from the other side. The Maltese cross can be a little bit tricky. It's got a gap in the middle that the sheep are able to escape out of, so it takes a little bit of work to keep the sheep flowing through. The aim will be to just keep their eyes facing forward so they can only see the end and don't really give them a chance to see the 2 exits on the sides. So those sheep are inside the mouth now. You'll see Jim will just move up there and try to keep them flowing forwards at all the time. Try to stop them from getting a chance to look down the sides, and they've gone straight through and flowed through nicely. So from here, Jim will get Paul in a position to be able to drive those sheep. The aim of the drive will be to move them smoothly between the 2 obstacles without any halts or hesitations along the way. He'll also need to make sure that neither he or the dog go in front of those sheep. So at all times they're behind the shoulder of that lead sheep. So now that he's got them turned around and facing the right direction again, they're just gently moving towards the bridge and staying nice and fluent as they go. There's no need to rush in this course. It's okay to take your time. There's plenty of time to complete as long as things continue to go well. And the best way to make sure that things continue to go well is to take it nice and carefully, nice and easily, and not try to rush things along. And now that they've arrived at the bridge, they're again in a free working area, so Jim is able to support the dog by moving around, which he has done, and just put a little bit of pressure on those sheep to get them up and over the top. And now that they are, Paul will make a break for it and cover those sheep, keep them inside of the corridor, and they make their way to the final obstacle, which is the pen. And as they make their way to the last obstacle, they return back into the Australian part of the course, which means they're now carrying those sheep. By that, we mean that he needs to keep those sheep in a corridor 9 metres to his right-hand side, and also to make sure that they don't get too far in front or too far behind. So as you can see now, they've run ahead of the worker, and if they've gone more than 9 metres, then the judges will probably take some points off there. But Paul was able to move out in front and just halt the progress and keep them sitting beautifully inside of that corridor, and they'll continue working the sheep towards the pen. Once Jim arrives at the pen, he'll take up his position inside a square, and from there he won't be able to move, and certainly won't be able to wave his arms as like he was doing at times in the other 2 obstacles. He'll need to stay still and just control the situation by commanding his dog. Some good work there from Paul just to stop those sheep from bubbling around the side of the pen. They're not convinced yet that that's really where they want to go, so they're just having a look elsewhere, and one of them has just given up and headed into the pen, and they've all just now turned and followed. So as soon as Jim feels that the situation's under control and those sheep aren't going to move anywhere, he'll step outside of the square and begin to shut the gate. Just bringing Paul up there just to apply a little bit of pressure to make sure that the sheep hold in that pen. And congratulations to Jim O'Connell and Fleetwood Paw. So that concludes the running in our 2023 Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge. And we'll be waiting on those final scores before we can confirm the winners and the placings for the challenge and the winner of the Ted Gaby Shield. In addition to that, we'll also be able to confirm the workers who have been able to qualify for the Australian test team. So the top 4 scores in the Interstate Challenge will qualify to represent Australia in the test match against New Zealand next month. They'll be competing on this exact same course. So we've got a few modifications to make to the course now. We've just been working the Trans-Tasman course, which we only use for the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge at this trial. And the reason we use that is because this course is used to select our Australian team, which will be representing us in New Zealand on this course next month. But for the rest of the trial, we'll be going back to our Supreme course. Our Australian Supreme course is a combination of different elements of the various states' courses. Most of the states work something quite similar to each other, but there are some slight differences. So this course has been designed as a compromise course or a hybrid course, which gives all states a fair chance. So as we make those changes, the most significant change will be to dismantle the Maltese cross there and replace it with our race. They'll also just be shifting the angle of the gap there, so that it matches the way we've run the first couple of rounds of the Supreme course. Once we've modified this course and got it back to our usual layout, we'll be going on with the Improver Final before lunch. So we have 5 dogs in the Improver Final. And those 5 dogs, or 5 competitors, will be, firstly, Rhonda O'Connell. So Rhonda O'Connell will be working Kamara Quilby. Then it will be Barry Knight working Knights Frank. Then David Lacey working Acuna Lily. Eileen Moriarty working Riverbourne Tan, Riverbourne Fran. And then Paul Darmody working Anaway Digger. Eileen Moriarty and Riverbourne Fran will be coming into the Improver Final on the top score of 71.5. And they've got a good lead over the 2nd and 3rd place runners, who are Rhonda O'Connell and Paul Darmody with a score of 58.
Okay, so we've just had a short break. We've changed our course back now to the Supreme course. We're going to run our 5-dog improver final now. The 5 competitors in the improver final are Rhonda O'Connell from Queensland. She'll be working her dog Kamara Quilpie. They scored a first round score of 58. Second out will be Barry Knight from Queensland, working Knight's Frank after a first round score of 48. Third out will be David Lacey from Victoria, and he'll be working Akuna Lily, also on a first round score of 48. Following David will be Eileen Moriarty from New South Wales, working Riverbourne Fran, and that was after scoring a first round of 71.5. And then rounding out the top 5 in the improver final is Paul Darmody, and he's from New South Wales, working Annaway Digger, and they scored a 58.5. We have our 2 Supreme judges back out on the ground, Mr Michael Depler from Condar in Victoria, and we have Mr Gordon Curtis from Kellerberrin in Western Australia. So Mike is walking up the centre of the ground and Gordon is in the golf cart. At this level, we actually have 2 judges for these Supreme Championships. We add their scores together and then the competitor gets the average, and that is their score. So their score in the final will be added to their first round score, and then that will give them their total. We can't run these championships without the generous support of our sponsors, and there's no more generous than our major sponsor, and that is Dogpro Plus. Dogpro Plus is one of the products of HiPro. If you're looking to feed your dog a quality product, we recommend HiPro. One of their representatives is on the ground, Alison Burrell, and she's got a stand underneath the veranda. She's got some information there, and she's also got some product samples. So if you feel inclined, come across and say g'day to Alison and pick up a sample. We've also had some support from the Working Stock Dog magazine. We thank Laura for her generous donation for this championship. There have been some of her magazines for sale at the canteen. So if you're looking to pick up a copy of the latest issue of the Working Stock Dog magazine, it is available at the canteen. We also appreciate our local sponsors. We have on board Hannaford Seedmaster Services. To Kelly and to Terry Jackson, thank you so much for your support. We really appreciate the support of our local community. Southern Moto down at Victor Harbour have come on board as well as one of our major sponsors, and we thank Sam and the team at Southern Moto. If you're looking for any parts or accessories for your motorbikes or ATV vehicles, go and visit Sam and the team down at Southern Moto at Victor Harbour. Of course, we have generous local sponsors all the time here. They support what we're trying to achieve. To the Strathalbyn Caravan Park, thank you for your support of this trial. Nutrient Ag Solutions, to Compass Feeds, the Insurance Office, ND and JA Giles, Daesh Irrigation, Bates Farm Machinery, High Street Vets, Top Range Feeds, and to Strathfield Motors, thank you for your continued support of our sheepdog trials. And we'd also like to give a big shout out to Kelly and the team from Wistow on High. Kelly's been here every morning from 7 o'clock preparing food and eats for us. The coffee has been amazing all week and we really appreciate their support. So they'll be here today until 2:30, so make sure you wander across, grab something to eat for lunch, and yeah, say good day to Kelly and the girls from Wistow on High. Okay, so I can announce now the results from the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge. Congratulations to the home state of South Australia who have won the Ted Gaby Interstate Challenge this year on a combined total of 499. Well done to our two representatives, Stephen Cross and Tom Joyce. Fabulous effort, boys, and it's nice to announce that we are the winner. In second place was New South Wales, and they scored 484.75. So they were runners-up, so congratulations to New South Wales. Individually, the highest scorer was Stephen Cross from South Australia. He scored a total of 260.5. Tasmanian Martin Waddingham finished in second on 248.75. In third was Peter Oxley from New South Wales on 245.75. In fourth was Pip Flower from New South Wales with Flowers Fang, total of 239. In fifth place was Tom Joyce from South Australia with Sammy, and they scored 238.5. In sixth place is Bailey Knight with Milnunny Duncan with 236.75. Seventh place is Ken Atherton from Western Australia with Ramulam Charlie after their total of 236. In eighth place is Jim O'Connell from Queensland with Fleetwood Paw, total of 235.75. In ninth place is Adam James from Victoria with Myamba Moss on 226.5. In 10th place is Lee Jamieson from Tasmania with Shenandoah Steele on a total of 226. In 11th place is Barry Payton from Victoria with Wirchillabah Snowy with a total of 225. And in 12th place is Ivan Solomon from Western Australia with Purundri Trish on a score of 218.75. I'm also pleased to announce that our Australian Test team that will be going to New Zealand next month is Stephen Cross from South Australia with Echo Park Lady, Peter Oxley from New South Wales with Riverland Caesar, Pip Flower from New South Wales with Flowers Fang, and Tom Joyce from South Australia with Oakdown Sammy. Our reserve for the Australian Test team this year is Bailey Knight from Queensland with Milnunny Duncan. Unfortunately, Martin Waddingham with Nolan's Digger from Tasmania was unable to go to New Zealand, so he was ineligible for the Test team. So thank you and congratulations to those 5 people that will be representing us next month in New Zealand. So the improver final is about to start. We have Rhonda O'Connell out on the ground with her little dog Kamara Quilpie. So good luck to Rhonda as she goes out as the first dog in the improver final.
The uninitiated, the worker on the ground walks out there with 15 minutes and 100 points. The sheep are released from the other end of the ground, and on judge's signal the countdown clock will start. Now, Rhonda is from Tara in Queensland, and she's been trialling for about 30 years. And her goal is to get Kelpies into finals. And she's done a pretty good job to get her little kelpie into the final here. This first part of the course is called the cast, lift and draw. So ideally the dog should go behind the sheep in a direct line to the worker. Doesn't always work that way. You'll notice out on the course there are markers that will mark a corridor, and the sheep should be kept within that corridor. Going off course loses points. So whilst a worker starts with 100 points, anything can happen out there. So at the moment the sheep are off course. And Rhonda and Quilpie will be working pretty hard to steady the sheep down and to get them back onto course. The sheep need to be brought down and come around behind Rhonda in an anti-clockwise direction before she can head off to the first obstacle. There you can see Quilpie is just steadily moving up on the sheep, trying to encourage them to move into the right direction. It's a bit of a battle of wills out there between the sheep and the dog. I'll let you in on a little secret. There is no huge magic password between the sheep and the dog to help them to communicate, because sheep aren't all that smart. It's really up to the dog to use their movement and their eye to try and convince the sheep they have to go where the dog wants them to go. They've successfully come around behind Rhonda and they're in the laneway heading to the first obstacle. The first obstacle is called the gap, and once the worker leaves the peg and starts heading to the gap, they can't stop. They should continue walking at the same pace. They should not vary their pace at all. So if the sheep take off, they can't hurry on up to that obstacle. And in this case, the sheep have taken off a bit. They've decided that heading down the ground to the first obstacle is halfway to home, and that's where they're interested in going. Once Rhonda gets to the obstacle, there's a square that she's allowed to stand in Once the competitor's in that square, they can't move out of it. That square indicates that they're in position, ready to go. Quilpie's still working really hard trying to convince those sheep that they've got to get back on course, and they're really pushing her. Because the sheep are off course and they've gone past the obstacle, they will be losing points. As I said earlier, a trialler starts off with 100 points, and going off course means deductions. If you're sitting here and enjoying watching the dog trials, and you've got a dog at home that you think could do this, then come and talk to any of the triallers that are here, any of the South Australian Working Sheepdog Association members who can help you out with learning how to attend a dog school, how to do a trial. If you want to know what a worker looks like, they've generally got a dog on a lead, or they're not hard to pick. So they've successfully gone through the gap. The course is set up to replicate how you would work a dog on the farm. So the cast, lift and draw is sending your dog out into the paddock to get the mob and to bring them to you, and then you would put them through the gate of the paddock. And if you're a farmer and have ever had any experience putting sheep through a gate, you know how impossible they are. The second obstacle is the race, and races are used a lot on farms to draft sheep, to provide vaccinations, medication, just checking general health of sheep. From the race, we would walk down to the bridge, and that replicates going up into a shearing shed or being loaded onto a truck. And then the final obstacle is the pen. So if you've got the shearers coming and it's going to rain, you want to get your sheep home and in the pen before they get wet. So that's the goal for the whole of the trial, is to get the sheep home and in the pen in 15 minutes. The sheep still aren't quite convinced that they want to go where Quilpie wants them to go, but gradually winning the battle. But out they come. They like to prove their point that they have got some intelligence. settled a little bit now. Quilpy's working quite hard, and it's fairly warm out there. With a little bit extra work, she might convince them to go the right way. Oh, bad luck. 2 of them went the right way and 1 didn't. You must have all 3 animals go through the obstacle, ideally at the same time. It's pretty hard to pick the one that didn't go through out and put that through separately. So that was more points lost. So each time the sheep push away from the obstacle, they're doing something that they're not meant to do. So Quilpy needs to get a bit more control over these sheep. And finally, she managed to get them to look the right way all at the same time, and they headed down the race. So Rhonda's starting to walk now to the next obstacle, which is the bridge. Ideally, the sheep should be kept fairly close to Rhonda. If you leave them too far behind, it means you haven't got control of them, and there's the risk of them taking off, and you can lose points as well. So the bridge is an interesting obstacle for people to work. So far in the course, the sheep haven't really been challenged with the obstacles. They've not been too bad. But when it comes to the bridge, they have to go up a ramp, and it can be quite confining for them. One important thing to note is that the sheep aren't allowed to negotiate an obstacle until the worker is in place. So if they were what they thought being good little sheep, run up straight up that bridge, because Rhonda wasn't in place, she would have had to have worked that bridge again. Instead they ran past, and now she's got to work hard to get them back. Well done, Rhonda and Quilpy. Unfortunately, they've run out of time, but they've negotiated over half the course. So we'll have to wait for the judges to give us their score. You'll note that we've got 2 judges out there. One is walking down the middle of the ground, and the other one is on the golf buggy. That gives them 2 different perspectives. Their scores are added, and we have an average that is allocated then to the worker.
So our next competitor out in the Improver final is Mr Barry Knight, and he's come all the way from Queensland. He's qualified for this Improver final with his dog Knight's Frank. So good luck to Barry Knight from Queensland.
His dog Frank. Frank has got behind his sheep and needs to now bring them off of the back fence area and down to Barry. Hopefully in a fairly straight line. Barry's been trialling since 2015 and he's got all Border Collies in his team, and currently he's got 5 open dogs and 1 novice dog currently. So within trialling we have different levels of ability for the dogs. We have novice that are generally for the beginners. We have the improver, so it means they've won the novice, and then we have the open, it means they've won everything. And once they've won an open, they can't compete in a lower competition. We also have an encourage trial that is for new workers, that allows them to work a dog and gain experience. This is the improver final. And after this, we'll have a lunch break for the judges and then go into the open final, which is the top 10 dogs from the first round, from the second round. The sheep haven't really come back onto course yet. They're sort of hanging out to the far side of the ground. But they're not overly stressed. They're fairly calm at this point in time. You can see that there's one there having a nibble of the grass, and that means they're reasonably relaxed and comfortable. It's up to Frank to convince them that they shouldn't get too relaxed and comfortable, because he's got a job to do. The sheep are coming in an anti-clockwise direction around behind the peg that Barry's standing at. And once he's happy that they're in the right position, he'll turn around and start walking towards the gap. So you'll notice that there are yellow and red markers on the oval, and if you're able to position yourself so that you can see down one of those laneways, you'll see how they can mark out the laneway that the sheep are meant to be staying in. In this case, they've gone off course, so they'll be losing points. And Frank needs to try and get them back into that laneway as quickly as he can. But there's one sheep there out in front that really wants to go home and is going to stand up to Frank. Within a mob of 3 sheep, there's generally one that is the leader, and that's the one that your dog will need to focus on, to control, to try and get the other 2 to follow. Frank's gradually getting the sheep towards the obstacle. They're still out of the laneway, but getting closer all the time. He needs to try and get them to come in front of the obstacle rather than sneak down the side. And then once they're in front of the obstacle, it's a case of getting them to look for the gap. And I don't mean the gap between the worker and the obstacle, which the sheep are really, really good at finding. It is the gap between the 2 panels. Frank has got the sheep through the gap and they're now heading over to the race. They are still off course, but they're heading in the right direction. You'll notice that it's still that same sheep that wants to head somewhere else. The other 2 are fairly content staying together. Frank's still having a bit of trouble getting the sheep back on course. So after all of that, it was quite easy to get the sheep to go down that race. It just took a long time to get there. And time is of the essence. He does only have 15 minutes from the time the bell goes to complete the course. At the end of that 15 minutes, any obstacle that hasn't been completed, their points value of the obstacle is deducted from his total. So it's important to get the sheep around the course as much as you can. At this stage, between the race and the bridge, the sheep are staying pretty much on course and are being kept fairly close to Barry. Barry's now taken up his spot by the bridge. It's really important for the worker to remember they're not allowed to wave their arms around. Quite often they'll have their hands in their pockets or folded in front of them. They're allowed to give hand signals to a dog. They are allowed to carry a stick, but it mustn't be any longer than a specific length. And they're not allowed to wave it in any way that is going to obstruct the sheep from going in the wrong place. Not allowed to lean your body in to block the sheep. It must be the work of the control to the dog over the sheep. Sheep sitting there in the mouth of the obstacle, and that third one's just not sure whether to join them or not, but finally has. So Frank's come around to have another go at getting them to look up that bridge. So they're in the mouth of the obstacle again. But they're not looking up to the direction that they need to go. One has gone down the side, so that's a point off for doing that. Time has run out there for Barry with Frank, and they'll now clear the arena, and our next worker will be David Lacey with Acuna Lily. So keep in mind, Barry Knight had a first round score of 48. We'll wait and see what his second round score is.
Thanks, Ros. So that was Barry Knight from Queensland with Knight Frank. Sorry, our next competitor in the approval final is David Lacey from Victoria, and he'll be coming out with Acuna Lily.
our little sweeper dog there is having a wonderful time. She got caught short and had a bit of a nature break, but she's been working really hard all week and having a great time going out and bringing the sheep back to the release area. So I think she deserves an extra feed tonight. Lily is on her way down to the other end of the ground to try and catch up with the sheep. She's cast really nicely. A little bit short for David's liking. He's sent her around a bit more. And the sheep have turned to have a look at her, and at this point in time they're making eye contact and sorting each other out. Lily's now lifted the sheep off of the spot that she found them on and will hopefully bring them in a straight line down towards David. So David and Lily had a first round score of 48. The 3 sheep are an awkward number of sheep to work. Add an extra couple of sheep in there and it's much easier. But within each group of 3 sheep, there is always one that is the leader, a little bit more headstrong than the others. And if you can get control of that leader sheep, the others will potentially trot around nicely following it. Every trial, every run out there has 3 fresh sheep. So the sheep are not recycled. They only get out there once. And all care is taken with the sheep. They're worth money, not as much as they have been, but they're worth money. So every care is taken that we don't allow the dogs to rough the sheep up. We don't allow biting because that damages their wool and it damages their meat if you're breeding for meat. If there are any sheep out there that are stressed, so if by the time Lily takes these sheep down to David and one of them might be hobbling or something, then those sheep are returned to the yards and David gets another run at the end of the draw. So the sheep have come around the peg. Now you'll notice as you're watching all of the different runs, There are different types of dogs out there. We've had a Kelpie, we've had a sleek black and white Border Collie. This one's a brown and white Border Collie. They come in all sorts of colours, shapes, sizes, and hair type. So far we've only had sleek ones, but there's some beautiful long-haired ones kicking around as well. On a farm, quite often the sleek ones are preferred because there's less chance of them getting seeds in their ears and in their paws. David and Lily have got fairly good control on the sheep at the moment. David's had a fairly busy Supreme Championships. He judged the novice for the first 2 days, and he's competed in the Supremes round, and he's also been one of the judges for the Ted Gaby competition. You noticed some That was well done, Lily, straight through the gap. You'll notice David is carrying a stick. It's not very long, and it's purely an extension of his arm so that Lily can see his hand commands. He also uses a whistle and voice command. Different triallers use different commands. It's really hard when you're a worker and you get a dog that someone else has trained and they train to different commands to what you use. One of you has to change, either you or the dog. But there is no set standard as to what commands you can use. It's what you're feeling comfortable with. Lily's got these sheep walking really, really nicely between the obstacles. And because they walked straight up to that obstacle in a really good straight line, they've gone straight through. That was very well done. Now David will head off to the bridge. Lily's got the sheep in a nice line. David's in place, and if she can replicate what she did at the race, they will hopefully go straight up the bridge. Right. All best played made plans of mice and men and sheep. They've gone down the side, which is points deductions. So if Lily can get them back out in the front of the bridge, hopefully looking the right way, they'll go up with minimal damage. Sheep tend to work, dogs tend to work sheep to a balanced point with the worker, and they try and keep the sheep in between the worker and the dog. Working an obstacle, you have to get them off balance, and it's not something that the dogs really like to do. It takes a bit of work to train them to work off balance. Lily's just trying to get them to turn their heads to look up the bridge instead of looking out. Just little movements sometimes is all it takes to get those sheep to turn. But each of those little movements can also cause the sheep to come out. They're almost nose to nose there. As the sheep came out, you'll notice that Lily didn't have a bite. She just gave a little nudge with her nose just to let that sheep know how unhappy she was. The bridge would be one of the hardest obstacles we have out there. Up until that point, the sheep have stayed on flat ground, just going through a gap and a race that are pretty wide. But when they get to the bridge, it narrows down and it also goes up, and they can't see the end of that bridge, and so they're a little bit tentative about going up the ramp. Now that they've discovered they can come out, it's harder to get them to go into the mouth and to look up and over. David would be getting a little bit anxious out there. His time is ticking down. He's losing some points. But he wants to try and minimise the points he loses because this is the final. And keeping a close eye on everything is Judge standing in the middle of the arena, which is Mike, and Gordon is the judge on the buggy, and they're able to see whether the sheep are in the right place, the things that they do wrong, and they will deduct scores accordingly. Their scores are averaged out to give the dog and the worker a total. Lily's trying every trick in the book here to turn the heads of the sheep. So far in this improver final, the bridge is proving to be extremely difficult. So unfortunately, David and Lily are out of time, and the points value of the bridge and the pen will be deducted from the total he's been given. So David was our third run in the improver final. Our fourth worker is Eileen Moriarty with Riverbourne Fran, and they had a first round score of 71.5. We have one more worker after this, Paul Darmody with Anaway Digger, who had a score of 58.5. In the break after this final has finished and before the open final starts, while the judges are having lunch, Pat Wake is going to do a bit of a demonstration with her dog Mara. You'll notice the judges down the goal end of the oval had a flag. That flag gets held up to tell the release workers to let the sheep out, and when they wave that flag, it means the time signal can start, and the worker then has 15 minutes to try and negotiate the whole course. But they have to be happy that the sheep are in a good place before the trial can start. So Eileen has been trialling for about 8 years, and she's from New South Wales. And they own and operate a whiskey and rum distillery. It's a myth that you have to be a farmer to be able to be a sheepdog trialler. We have all sorts trialling sheepdogs these days. We've got teachers, we have had police officers, business owners. I think the thing that everyone has in common is that they have dogs, they love their dogs, and they want to learn how to work them. So having a dog that you love and you trust is a big plus for sheepdog trialling. And also having access to sheep, and it doesn't have to be a big mob, just a few, and building an understanding of how sheep behave. sheep have come the wrong way around the peg. They need to come in an anti-clockwise direction. And I think they're going to have to unwind before they can move on. Fran's working pretty hard to try and get the sheep in the right direction, but they're quite adamant that they don't want to go anti-clockwise. Headed the wrong way around the peg. This is taking up quite a bit of Fran's time. But that doesn't mean she still can't complete the course. These sheep are proving to be quite difficult. Eileen's just turned to confirm with the judges how many times she has to go around in the right direction before she can move off. They've finally come around in the right direction, but I think they need to go around one more time. And they've finally come around the right way the right number of times, and so Eileen's heading off to the first obstacle. And Fran will need to try and keep those sheep under control, close to Eileen and in that laneway. they've gone offline a little bit. So each time they go offline, there's a points deduction, and for certain distance away from that line, they get more points deducted. Fran is a fairly white border collie. My father-in-law always said that a border collie has to have a white tip on their tail, even if it's only a couple of hairs. I think this one forgot about the rest of the black, and the tip of the tail's gone all the way up to her ears. Finally, she gets a bit of an easy run there. So Eileen's headed off towards the race, and Fran will pick the sheep up, not literally, and head them towards the race. The sheep ended up well off course. Fran's heading them back in the right direction now. Eileen's patiently waiting at the race and hoping that the sheep will do the same as they did at the gap and just look at the race and go straight through. And that was quite lucky there. Two went into the race. One went down the side, but Fran was able to turn that one around to join the other two. So Eileen would be breathing a sigh of relief that things are going a little bit better. And she's now heading to the bridge. There are quite a few ways that a particular run can be completed. You can either complete the course and put the sheep in the pen. You can run out of time, and therefore your total is only up to the obstacle that you're at. You can be disqualified for a couple of things. One is biting. If your dog bites the sheep, latches on and bites them, then that is an immediate disqualification. Sheep are important, and we don't tolerate rough play by the dog. And they can also lose their sheep if they go over the side fence. And it's pretty hard to run a trial if you've got sheep one side of the fence and the dog the other. Unfortunately for Eileen there, Fran was able to get the sheep straight over the bridge, and that's the first bridge completion for this final, and so she's now heading to the pen. she would be quite aware of how much time she's got left, and the judges certainly will be as well. But we will have to sit with our fingers crossed and hope she's got enough time to get there, get the sheep in and shut the gate. Now, the trial is complete once that gate is fully shut and the judge will signal for the time to stop. The sheep have gone straight in, and well done Eileen and Fran. That's our first penning in the improver final. We'll have to wait for her score. Her first round score was in the 70s, and we'll see what gets added onto that. Last worker in the improver final is Paul Darmody with Anaway Digger, and they had a first round score of 58.5. And then Pat Wake will be doing a demonstration with Mara after that run has been completed, while the judges have a lunch break. Don't go anywhere, because after the lunch break we have the top 10 dogs from the whole week who will be competing in the open final to determine the supreme champion. The trial has now started for Paul with Dicker. The sheep have seen Digger and they've turned to look at him, taken a step or two towards him just to see what effect they have on him and then what effect he has on them. And they've headed straight over to the fence, and Digger's going to have to be very careful here to get them off the fence. while Digger's bringing the sheep down towards Paul, we can give you an update on some scores. Rhonda O'Connell with Kamara Quilpie had a first round score of 58, a second round score of 13.5, giving a total of 71.5. Barry Knight with Knight's Frank had a first round score of 48 and a second round score of 13.5, giving a total of 61.5. David Lacey with Acuna Lily had a first round score of 48 and a second round score of 26.5, giving a total of 74.5. Digger has steadily brought the sheep up fairly close to Paul, standing at the peg. Just spending a little bit of time, just getting to know the sheep, working it out, working out which one's going to be the one to give trouble, the leader sheep. This is a really good time for workers to be able to look at the sheep and how the dog interacts with them while they're preparing to come around the peg. Well done, Digger. The sheep have come around the peg in the right direction. Have come off course a little bit, but I'm sure he'll work hard and get those sheep back on course. He's holding them up quite nicely to prevent them going any further. Paul's heading towards the gap. And he needs to get there before the sheep do. Paul will be breathing a sigh of relief that the sheep finally stood in front of that gap and went through quite easily in the end. He would have lost quite a lot of points along the way for going around the obstacle a few times, but the sheep just didn't want to stand still and actually look through that gap. So they're now heading over to the race. Paul's now in his place at the race, and Digger will hopefully try and bring the sheep in front of the obstacle and get them pointed through it, which he has done quite nicely. Well done. Paul's heading to the bridge. Paul is now at the bridge, and I can let you know that Eileen Moriarty with Riverbourne Fran had a first round score of 71.5 and a second round score of 38.5, giving her a total of 110. And that puts her in the lead so far. But we'll see what Digger can do. They're currently sitting quite nicely in the mouth of the bridge. The Digger's having a really good look just to see what they're likely to do. We come up a little bit to try and encourage them to turn their heads and to look up the bridge. It doesn't take much to get the sheep either to turn and go into an obstacle or to come out of the obstacle. The sheep are back in the mouth again. And unfortunately one's come out down the side, so that's a point lost. Judges these days generally have a clicker that they can use to tally how many points are coming off. Some judges still do write on the cards a little point for each one lost. I can well remember when clickers weren't around and judges went out with their scorecards and half a dozen pencils in case they broke one or wore it out. Having been in the mouth of the obstacle a couple of times, they're now a little bit reluctant to go back in there. And we'll have another go. They're there again. And unfortunately, time has run out there for Paul and Digger. Just didn't quite get the bridge. And that is the end of our improver final. We'll await Paul's score to be able to confirm who has won the trial. There will now be a lunch break to give the judges a chance to refresh. And during that lunch break, Pat Wake will be giving a demo with her dog Mara. So please hang around, come up to the canteen. There's some unbelievable food there, so I've heard. Grab yourself something to eat, something to drink. But also hang around, because after the lunch break, we'll be having the final of the Supremes. So that's the top 10 dogs after the first 2 rounds.
What's happening now, just while our judges come in and have a bite to eat for lunch and psych themselves up for the all-important top 10 final this afternoon. We're just having, Pat Wake's just doing a little bit of a demonstration. You might notice that wherever Pat walks, the sheep are following her. They're not trained sheep, it's just the nature of the dogs that we use. Primarily, these dogs are bred to head the sheep, bring the sheep to the worker, and no matter where Pat goes, generally the dog will be trying to balance those sheep to her. Looks like we've got a little bit of a walk happening there, but the natural work. There she goes, just a gentle command, and Mara will go around and no matter where Pat goes, Mara will be trying to hold those sheep to her. We believe it traces back to the pack days, and the pack would work the prey to the pack leader, who would do the capture and kill. But of course, we're not in the kill game with working stock. Property prices are down a little bit at the moment, but in general, they're they're obviously the property of and value to the owner, and they're not much good of value to him if they're attacked by the dog and damaged. But we're still basically they build on that same instinct. Pat's been able to get them to come through the gap there, the 5 of them. I'm not sure where she's going. She's going to head over and have a go at the race by the looks of it, to put the 5 of them down there. Probably a little bit harder than the 3 because you've got 5 to concentrate on. Doesn't matter what you're doing with sheep, whether it be with 3, 5 or 500, 5,000. Generally there's a leader among them. One sheep seems to want to be the lead animal. I don't know how they sort their pecking order out, but they seem to, and we rely on them working on. We're working particularly an obstacle course like this to concentrate our attention on the leader, working out where that might want to go, and so we can put the dog there to prevent it going perhaps where it wants to go and rather go where we want it to.
We have the results in for the Improver final. Congratulations to Eileen Moriarty with Riverbourne Fran, who has taken out the Novice Championship and the Improver Championship with the same dog. That's a fabulous effort for Eileen from New South Wales, so well done, Eileen. Second place was David Lacey from Victoria with Akuna Lily on a total score of 74.5. And in third place was Rhonda O'Connell from Queensland with Kamara Quilpie on a score of 71.5. Fourth place was Paul Darmody with Anaway Digger on 71. And in fifth place was Barry Knight with Knights Frank on a score of 61.5. So congratulations to all of the winners in the Improver final.
Yes, I have actually, in my 40 years of being involved with trials, I have only seen a dog win Novice, Open and Improver at a trial once. And that goes back to, I reckon it was 1984 and 1985. A worker in South Australia, Mike Nusky, working a dog called Tungali Ben, achieved that at Pasquill. Without having the records in front of me, I'm not sure it was 85 or 84. So Eileen's in a unique position this afternoon. That dog is also in the top 10. She has the potential of winning at the Supreme, the Novice, Improver and the Championship. And that will be an... Oh, I thought someone said they did. Sorry, I thought she had made the 10, but no, she hasn't. So she's not going to be able to pull that feat off. But sorry for that misinformation, but you know I had it from a reliable source that she was in the top 10, but I'm informed by a higher authority source that that's not the case. But she did make the top 20 of the championship, and that's a pretty big effort from one little dog and handler. Something that Eileen can be very proud of her week here at Strathalbyn for sure. While that's been going on, Pat's moved these 5 sheep through the race and now down at the bridge. She's trying to put them up the bridge. But, these sheep being used for the demonstration are sheep that have already been used in the trials, and that they came out there on the bridge, and that could well have been because they had done that previously with another dog. So it looks like Pat's going to try and put the 5 of them back together again and have one last, have another crack at getting them up there. when we generally we work 3 at a trial, because no one sheep really likes being out on its own. They like to stay with their mates, and so generally 3 tend to hold perhaps a bit better than together than the 5, because you can have, as we have here now, 2 groups, a group of 3 and a group of 2, and in general they're happy enough at that. But you know, with 3, that's an impossibility. So she's got them back in front of the bridge there. Got them milling around trying to make them have a look up there. It's quite possible, as I said, that some of these have either been over the bridge already, because they're reused sheep, these that she's demonstrating with, or as they did earlier, came out over the dog, and that's what they've done again. And Pat's decided that that's just not going to happen, and has come away. But she's now got the slightly difficult task of getting these 5 back together before she can perhaps clear the ground. So it looks like Pat's going to clear the ground with these. It's just something to bit of action while we were waiting for the judges to have a break, have their lunch, and then they'll be back out to judge the top 10 dogs of the trial. The top 10 dogs that have worked somewhere between Monday and Friday afternoon. They then went into what we called the top 20 yesterday afternoon. And from there, we have selected the top 10 scoring dogs from those 2 combined rounds, to compete this afternoon for the title of Supreme Champion Sheepdog of Australia for 2023. So it's hoping and wishing that all those that are in the final can get a good run and make it a real competitive top 10, and certainly bring out the best dog for the week. The 2 judges that we will see judging for the final are Mr. Gordon Curtis from Western Australia and Mr. Michael Deppler from Condor in Victoria, and they'll have been out judging since Monday morning. I've had a couple of little breaks yesterday and this morning again with the running of the Trans-Tasman course, and so they'll be out shortly to pick up the role of judging for this final. As we've said, yeah, no, that's fine. Some judging is you start each run with 100 points, and judges don't take points. They generally pick up the points that the dog is causing the sheep to come off course and drop off, or inability to perhaps force them through an obstacle, and they're there to do. Those that are, I think, yeah, they're the judges are picking up take points. I think she's dying. It is a big thing to have sheep to work at a trial like this. As I said, we've been working with this particular mob of sheep since Monday morning, and probably going through the biggest part of 100 sheep each day. And so if your arithmetic's any good, that's quite a few. And they've all come from the one mob, and the one, well, obviously from the one farm. And so we tend to need to look after our stock. That's the way it is. And any time you're working stock, you don't want to knock them around. It's costing you dollars in one form or another. Although sheep just at the moment are not quite worth what they were 12 months or so ago, but we still consider them a valuable asset. They are a farmer's income, and so we do tend to look after our stock and consider them. If they're getting too tired and stressed, we will get out of it and retire. I was saying earlier that only once in my 40 years of involvement with sheepdog trials have I seen one competitor win the novice, improver and open at the same trial with the same dog. And I was reminded of that yesterday when I saw a chap that I haven't seen for years at work, Mike Nusky. It's good to have him back here again with us today. I don't know if he remembers working Ben to win all those 3 classes years ago, but that was the only time I've seen it done. This Okay, it looks like our judges are just climbing the fence to get in the buggy to go and make a start on the top 10. Go well, judges, and thank you for your efforts over the last week or so. It's been tremendous from you two. Now, I haven't got the list of finalists before me, so I'll defer this microphone to somebody who knows what they're talking about, and they can inform you as to who's the next competitor out.
Thank you, Merv. So the final top 10 at this 2023 Supreme Championships, proudly sponsored by Dogpro Pluses. Number 1 out will be Barry Knight from Queensland with Fiesta Jane. They're going in on a score of 127. Second out will be Jim O'Connell from Queensland with Flowers Griffin. They're going in on 154.5. Third out will be Paul Darmody from New South Wales with Z-Free Troy. They're going in on 131.5. Fourth out will be South Australian Milton Cross with Andrina Floss. They're going in on a score of 123. Fifth out will be David Lacey from Victoria with Acuna Blondie. They're going in on a score of 124. Sixth out will be South Australian Tom Joyce with Killera Boone. They're going in on 133.5. Seventh out will be Ken Gelbart from Victoria with Evelyn Graverne with a score of 120. Eighth out will be Pip Hudson from New South Wales with Hudson's Derby on a score of 126.5. Ninth out will be Bill Davidson from New South Wales with Wirchillaba Stormy. They're going in on 164.5 and they are our current leader. And then final competitor that will round out this Supreme Championship is Mr. Ken Atherton from Western Australia with Ramulam Charlie. They're going in with a score of 115.5. So good luck to all 10 competitors in this year's Supreme Championship final. I'll hand you over now to Ben Simmons, who'll commentate throughout this championship final.
Just about all set to begin here. So we're first up at the peg at the moment. We have Barry Knight from Queensland, who will be working his dog Fiesta Jane. They're coming into this final on a total of 127. It's a beautiful wide deep cast from Jane, and she takes up a position behind the sheep there in about a 12 o'clock spot. Barry's asking her to stop, but she's seen some movement from the sheep and she's quick to cover. So Jane's been able to cut off that initial run and settle things down now. She'll just be looking to settle these sheep in and just get them used to being out on the ground and used to the presence of a dog. Again, barriers just allowing things to settle down and allowing the sheep to stand for a moment and just have a look at the dog. And he will now just slowly start bringing the dog in to move those sheep forward.
If anyone is feeling hungry, Wistow and High are here until 2:30. So from 2 o'clock today, they'll be discounting everything. Kelly doesn't want to take anything back to their shop. So wander across, things will be discounted so that they can get rid of what is left. Thank you so much to Kelly and the team from Wistow and High. They've been here all week and it's been amazing. So please support their local business. They've got 2 stores, one here in Strathalbyn on High Street, and they've also got one at Wistow on the top of the hill. Unique thing in Strath is you can actually drive through and get a coffee, which is an amazing thing, and you can do the same at their other store at Wistow. So thank you to Kelly, Darren and the team from Wistow and High.
So Barry and Jane are now approaching the peg. They've done a good job to just settle their sheep and move them gently up the ground. Now just about to go around the peg and begin to set things up for their walk to the first obstacle, which is the gap. So those sheep are just a little bit off course now. They need to bring them across into the 9-metre corridor that's just marked on the ground. If you're new to sheepdog trialling, you might be able to see there's some yellow and some red markers on the ground or cones out there. They're just there to show the judge where that corridor is. And if those sheep move outside of that, then there'll be some points deducted. So if you've just arrived at the ground, or maybe you've just tuned into the live stream on YouTube for the first time, we're now running the final top 10 of the Supreme Australian Championship. So these are the very best of the best out there at the moment. The 10 top scores from the entire week of competition will now be competing for the title of Supreme Australian Champion. So Jane's been able to work the sheep back around to the front of the obstacle. So they're now back on course and they can concentrate on trying to work those sheep through the gap. got those sheep looking through the gap, and through they go. So they're now going to begin their walk to the race. So now that they've arrived at the race, they'll just be looking to try and settle those sheep back down again and just try to get them looking the right way so they can see the hole to run through. At the moment, the sheep are more concerned about where the dog is and haven't really seen the obstacle. Barry's been a quite successful trialler over the last few years in Queensland. He's been trialling since 2015, and in the last couple of years he's won the New South Wales State Championship as well as represented Queensland at last year's Supremes. And he's been able to work those through there now and begun the walk towards the bridge. These sheep have proven quite difficult at the bridge this afternoon, but if we've got the better dogs out there, we should be able to see them able to take on the challenge and get them over. Beautiful work there by Jane to just get them over the bridge, and they've done that very cleanly and starting to walk towards the pen. Sheep have just wandered off course a little bit and they'll be wanting to bring those back on as quickly as they can. And Barry and Jane have got those sheep in the pen now. They'll be just waiting for things to settle down and start to move in and shut that gate. Barry's confident they're in, and round we go to shut the gate. And fantastic run. Congratulations, Barry and Fiesta, and we look forward to seeing your score. I'm sure it'll be a good one. So they've come into this final on a score of 127 out of 200. So we'll look to see what the result is and see if it puts them in contention for the big prize.
The next competitor out in this Supreme Final is Mr Jim O'Connell from Queensland, and he'll be working Flowers Griffin. Following Jim will be Paul Darmody working Z-Free Troy.
So the next competitor will be Jim O'Connell from Queensland. He'll be working his dog Flowers Griffin. They've come into this final 10 on a combined score of 154.5 after round 1 of 71, and round 2 they had a fantastic run of 83.5. Jim's a very experienced handler. He's been working in sheepdog trials for 32 years. He's represented his state numerous times, and he's represented the country many times as well. So Griffin's made his way back to his position behind the sheep, and the sheep have followed him around the whole way. They've watched him from the moment he left the peg. So Griffin's been able to work those sheep just about up to the peg now. Just continuing to move those sheep as gently and as quietly and as straight a line as possible. Sheep just asking a few questions there of Griffin and just testing him out, see if he's got enough cover there. So far, Griffin's been up to the task and has been able to point them back towards Jim and continue the journey towards the peg. So Jim and Griffin have got those sheep around the peg and they're beginning their walk towards the first obstacle, which is the gap. If you're new to sheepdog trialling, then you need to know there are 4 obstacles. We've got the gap first, then we have a race, we then have a bridge, and then to complete the course you need to get the sheep into the pen at the end. So sheep just challenged the dog a little bit as they approach this end of the ground, but Griffin's done a great job to get them under control and bring them back towards the gap. Some really nice work there by Griffin just to keep closing down those little mini breaks and keep the sheep working back towards the front of the gap. They haven't given up yet, they're still testing them out. So they're still working to try and settle these sheep and get them in a position where they can look through the gap. From this position here, it's often a good idea to try and push the sheep through from the back to show them where that hole is, but again the sheep not having a bar of it. So Jim and Griffin are finding it a little difficult out there at the moment, just still trying to get these sheep under control and in a position where they can work them through the gap. So Griffin's got these sheep back into position now and just starting to get things back under control and sort these sheep out ready for an attempt at the gap again. And looks like the sheep have seen the gap and through they go. Fantastic work. Well done, Griffin. Well done, Jim.
Could I have your attention, please? A debit card has been handed in at the PA point. Could Mr. Aaron Manuel please come to the point and collect your card?
So Jim and Griffin have got the sheep up to the race now, and they've got them sitting nicely in the mouth there, and they look, and through they go. Things are starting to get back on track here for Jim, and they're making their way towards the bridge. Some great work there from Griffin just to bring those sheep back together after a little mini break. Brought those sheep back on course now, and they'll be making their way to the bridge. Time would be starting to get away from them now, so they'll be wanting to move through the rest of the course in fairly quick fashion. So they've got the sheep just looking inside the mouth there, but they refused, and they've gone around the bridge now, so that will begin to cost them a few points as they move off course like that. And unfortunately that's time. So it's a good run from Jim and Griffin. It was a difficult run for them, but they've done well, and we look forward to getting their score. So they've come into this final round on a score of 154.5. So we're looking forward to getting their score and seeing where they fit in the order of things. We do have a final score now for Barry Knight and Fiesta Jane. So Barry Knight and Fiesta Jane had a first round score of 71, a second round score of 56, and then a final score of 53, giving them a total of 180.
Could Mr. Aaron Manuel come to the PA point, please?
So the next competitor up now will be Mr. Paul Darmody from New South Wales. He'll be working his dog Z-Free Troy. They're coming into this final on a first round score of 69.5 plus a second round score of 62 to give them a total so far of 131.5. So Troy is away now and has begun his outrun towards the sheep. He'll be looking to take up a position just on the other side of the sheep and begin to draw them towards Paul. See that Troy's pulled up in a shorter position to what some of the other dogs have done, but the sheep have drawn onto the dog. They're keeping an eye on it, so he hasn't done any damage by pulling up short, and it might turn out that that was the right place to be all along. And so sheep now start moving towards Paul at the peg, and they'll begin drawing those sheep in a straight line towards the worker. So as they bring them towards the worker, the judges will be looking down the field and imagining a 9-metre corridor that they would expect the sheep to walk through. And so that means that if the sheep move either side, 4.5, 5 metres either side, then the judges will start taking some points off. So out on the ground at the moment we have Paul Darmody working Z3 Troy. They've been able to bring those sheep up towards the worker and then just doing a little bit of settling to try and get those ready to go around the gap. Some good work there from Troy to just gently work those sheep around the gap and begin heading towards the first obstacle, which is the gap. So as they're working towards the gap, there is a corridor that they need to keep these sheep inside that's marked out there with cones. They need to keep them between the yellow and the red cones all the way to the first obstacle. You'll also need to keep the sheep within 9 metres in front or 9 metres behind at all times. They can't get too far ahead or behind, and ideally we'd want the sheep to be right up level with the worker. These sheep have been moving fairly steadily now towards the gap, and Troy's just been able to keep just enough pressure on to keep them on course. They've just drifted a little bit off course there now, but they'll be bringing them back on course pretty quickly. But again, they've still got these sheep under pretty good control. So as Paul begins to take his place inside the square next to the obstacle, that's where he has to stand until they complete the obstacle now. He's got these sheep looking in a good direction, prepared for the gap, and they can see it coming and see that hole so that we could try and walk through. See, one's just turning around to make sure that he's got a exit path through the gap before turning and facing the dog again to size him up. And just a little bit of gentle movement now, and those sheep will find their way through that gap. And through they go. Some lovely work there from Troy. So they'll begin their walk to the second obstacle, which is the race. The race is a set of panels in a Y shape that has a wide opening which allows you to set all the sheep inside, and then a narrow raceway which the sheep need to go through. So Paul and Troy have got these sheep moving nicely along the corridor now. They did have a little moment of hesitation as they stood there and just waited for the dog to move them along. Some great work there from Troy, and he's got those sheep just starting to flow through the race. It's going along very tidily now, and Paul and Troy will begin their walk towards the bridge. Paul's a very experienced trialer and handler, and has been a very important member to the Australian Association of Sheepdog Workers. He's a past president of the Australian Sheepdog Workers Association and currently serves as patron. He's a very experienced judge, having judged tests and represented Australia several times, and so Paul's taken up his position in the set next to the bridge, and he's got those sheep just inside the mouth now. He'll be aiming to just roll those sheep around and point them the right direction so they can see the exit to the bridge. One of the difficult things about the bridge is often the sheep can't see the way right across the top, and they're not sure quite what awaits them as they climb up onto the platform. So this can be one of the trickiest situations in a trial, where the sheep are lined up in front of an obstacle, particularly the bridge, and they turn around to face the dog. It can take a little bit of fine work to just turn their heads around and get them to see the obstacle and see a way out. At the moment, the only way out these sheep can see is to run back past the dog. But they're just starting to turn and roll around now, which gives them a chance to have a look over the top and just consider an alternate path. So they're right up against the ramp of the bridge now. Some good work by Troy just to cover that little attempted breakaway. But again, he's got these sheep all facing the wrong way, so it'll take a little bit of movement, perhaps one way or the other, to just try and roll them around, turn their heads so that they can see the exit to the obstacle. And now we're starting to get some movement, and up they go. Some fantastic work, great strong work from Troy. And they'll begin their walk towards the pen, which is the conclusion of the trial. Often by this point in the trial, the sheep are nicely settled in and moving easily, moving without challenging the dog at all. And as you can see, things are walking really well now for Paul. These sheep are just trotting along. There's no challenge, there's no stress, they're not looking to get away. And as they approach the pen now, Paul will start to have a look at lining these sheep up so that they can see the way into the pen, and just ensuring that they can't run out to the side and escape at all. Sheep just drifting across the front, and the dog was quick to cover there. Also quick to come back this side and just try to turn those sheep around so they can see the open gate. The sheep at the back here is just holding things up a little. I think the sheep further out this side would like to move forward into the pen. As you can see, he steps forward and in they go. So Paul will just wait a moment and let those sheep settle down and move ahead and shut the gate. And fantastic effort. Well done to Paul Darmody and Zefree Troy. Fantastic run, and we look forward to getting your score in. We do have a final score for Jim O'Connell and Flowers Griffin. They went in to the top 20 on a score of 71. In the top 20, got a score of 83.5. And in today's final, they got a score of 8.5. A very difficult run for them, and that gives them a total of 183. So with 2 scores in, we have Barry Knight leading currently on a score of 180, and Jim O'Connell in second place with a score of 163. So next up, we have Milton Cross. He's a local competitor from here in Strathalbyn, and he'll be working his dog, Andrina Floss. And so if you've just arrived, or perhaps you've just tuned into the live stream on YouTube for the first time, we are about to start our 4th run in the Supreme Australian Championship in the top 10. We currently have 2 scores in at the moment. We have Barry Knight with Fiesta Jane on the score of 180, and Jim O'Connell with Flowers Griffin on a score of 163. We're still waiting for a score to come in for competitor number 3, Paul Darmody with Zefree Troy. But there was a very good run there from Troy, and I'm sure there'll be a quite high score, so we look forward to seeing that. So next at the peg is Milton Cross from South Australia with his dog Andrina Floss. So the sheep are released and in position, and the judge has given the signal to start the trial, and Floss has begun her outrun. She'll be looking to get as wide and as deep as possible and hopefully not disturb the sheep at all, and to get into a position where she can begin to influence the sheep and lift them towards the worker. She's just pulled up a fraction short there and has had to just run through a little bit further. You can see the sheep have begun to draw out onto the dog. So she'll be looking to gently apply some pressure and turn those sheep back up the ground. Which she's done, and the sheep have begun moving towards the handler. So we call this phase of the trial the draw, as the dog is drawing the sheep towards the worker. We would normally be looking to just do this nice and gently. Unfortunately, this sheep's had different ideas, and unfortunately, Floss is struggling to get in front of it. It's a tricky situation here. We need to make sure at all times that our dogs don't cross in between the sheep and the worker, and it's a very difficult situation here. And unfortunately, the sheep has jumped the fence. So that's the end of Milton's trial. and they'll unfortunately be disqualified and receive no score. So I'm sure that'll be disappointing for Milton and for Floss. I'm not quite sure what caused that sheep to make a break like that, but once a sheep decides to go, it can be very, very hard to stop them. And unfortunately, that sheep just got away. So that means that Milton and Andrina Floss will finish on a total score of 123. So with those sheep put away now, and the next competitor about to enter the ground, we'll be looking for David Lacey, who'll be working Akuna Blondie. They came into the top 20 with a score of 73 and received 60.5 yesterday in the top 20, so they have a total score of 133.5 coming to this top 10 run. So Blondie is away and on her outrun. You can see she's gone beautifully in wide and is following the fence all the way. The sheep have seen her, but they're not worried at this stage because Blondie is very deep and very wide. And so Blondie has taken up an ideal position at the 12 o'clock point, right on the back fence. From here, David will be asking her to move up and just begin to influence the sheep to move them forward. And as soon as she does, the sheep have begun to challenge and dart for the side fence here. Line, they'll now be looking to bring those sheep back in towards the middle of the ground and take a moment just to settle things down and recover from some of that early damage. So David's got these sheep in a much more sensible position in the middle of the ground now, and but the sheep still aren't happy, and they've challenged the dog again. They're making some ground back towards the release. So far, Blondie's been good enough to cover it. And that sheep is determined to make a break for it every chance he gets. But again, Blondie's good enough to close him down and return him to the rest of the group. And every time that he's able to successfully shut that sheep down, he'll be hoping that that might be the last one that convinces him that he's not going to get away. So it's been a bit of an effort, but David and Blondie have been able to bring those sheep up to the peg now. And they'll be looking to move those sheep around the peg in an anti-clockwise direction. And so David's just setting Blondie there and allowing the sheep time to walk past the line between the peg and the back of the oval there. Now that they've crossed the line, he can begin his walk towards the first obstacle, the gap. This can be a difficult stage of the trial when we change directions and begin to head these sheep back up the ground. You saw how keen they were to head up the ground on the draw, so giving them a chance to head back to where they want to go, it can often build their confidence and takes a strong dog to hold them up. And so far, Blondie's been doing a good job of holding him up. You can see he really wants to get away, but Blondie's got hold of him at the moment. There's some great work there from Blondie just to hold those sheep up and allow David to get in position there at the gap. Now that he is in position, he will be able to carefully bring those sheep in front of the gap and attempt to put them through. It's just giving these sheep a chance to have a look, see if they can find the gap on their own. And they've seen the gap and have run through. But now Blondie's got her work cut out for her to just stop these sheep as they charge towards that back fence once again. And so far she's shown that she's up to the task, and now David steps out of his square and begins to walk towards the race. The sheep are still off course a little bit as they made a run for it, but Blondie's bringing them back gently now.
No, it's just from the last Rover challenge, everything came back and I had so much trouble here with finding power for him. The thing with Hamish is he does these big jobs, but then right at the end of the job he just chucks everything in the bag and then leaves it in the warehouse for months. And then nothing gets put back in the spot.
So they've just about got the sheep up to the racer now, and David's taken his spot inside the Sept. He'll just be asking Blondie to bring those sheep up and prepare them to go through the race. But again, the sheep are fighting all the way, taking another chance to run for that back fence. But again, Blondie's been good enough to shut them down and to bring them back on course. So they're just about in front of the mouth, and you feel that as soon as they see the opening now, they'll take a run through it, thinking that they're getting away from the dog, but actually going exactly where David would want them to go.
Sorry for interfering.
And through they go. Some great work from Blondie there to make that happen. And but again, the challenge is on again, and Blondie will be turning those sheep and working them up towards the bridge. It'll be interesting to see how these sheep respond now, being taken away from the end of the ground that they seem to be drawn towards. They may settle, they may give Blondie a better chance to work these last couple of obstacles, or they may continue to fight all the way. So they've arrived at the bridge. David's taken up his position. The sheep are positioned nicely there in front of the bridge, and just one slipped around the side, and Blondie's just come around to cover it and turn it back in to join its mates inside the bridge, and back in they go. Unfortunately, still facing the wrong way, so Blondie will need to try and turn them around, which she's been able to do. Now just apply a little bit of pressure to get those sheep looking up the bridge. I think they've seen the top of the bridge now, so perhaps a bit of pressure and they might go. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a difficult situation with this one. Sometimes too much pressure can cause the sheep to come back out and run over the top of the dog. The sheep are always looking for an escape route, and if they haven't seen it over the top of the bridge, then all they'll see is a gap past the dog and try to challenge it, and that's what happened there. David Lacey is a very experienced handler and he's been competing all over Australia for a number of years. So I'm sure he's quite comfortable with this situation and knows how to work through it. And again, one bubbles around the outside, and that'll be costing some points. And just to rub salt into the wound, the other two run up onto the bridge. Often that can be really helpful because now that they've been up on the bridge, they may lead the other sheep that went around up on the bridge as well. But time is beginning to become a bit of a challenge for David as well. And unfortunately, they did run out of time there at the bridge. But there was some great work there from David Lacey and his dog, Hakuna Blondie. They'll receive a score, so we'll wait for a few moments and find out what they got and where that leaves them in the running for this year's Supreme Australian Championship. So for those who have just arrived or perhaps just tuned into the live stream, we are now halfway through our top 10. That was the 5th competitor, David Lacey with the Hakuna Blondie. The next competitor will be another South Australian. It'll be Tom Joyce, working his dog, Kilara Boone. It's starting to get late in the day and I'm not sure I can talk anymore. So the next competitor out will be South Australia's Tom Joyce. He's from the Eyre Peninsula. And he'll be working his Kelpie, Kilara Boone. Boone will be one of 2 Kelpies working in this year's top 10 of the Australian Supreme Championship. Tom's had a successful week so far, qualifying for the Australian team this morning in the Interstate Challenge. So he'll be looking for a good result here this afternoon to really cap it off. So the judge is happy that the sheep are in position and he's signalled for time to begin. And as he does so, Boone begins to make his outrun. So Boone arrived at a good position there, just at 12 o'clock behind the sheep. Probably a little bit closer than Tom would have liked, and the sheep have responded by moving up the ground in a fairly quick fashion, but they've done it in pretty much a dead straight line, and Boone's now in a position to be able to start to exercise a bit of control over these sheep. So the sheep have made their way across the line which marks the completion of the peg, but Tom is still just looking for an opportunity to just gently work these sheep and calm things down. Any time spent here at this point of the trial is often paid back as we continue around the course. The course the course is allowed 15 minutes to complete, but it's really quite achievable as long as things go well. And the best way to make sure that things go well is to do things as slowly and calmly as possible. And so Tom has been able to put the brakes on things here a bit and just slow the movement down. He'll now be looking to just gently bring those sheep up the ground towards the peg. So we've now got those sheep back on course, just in front of Tom now. So Tom's arrived at the gap now and just bringing those sheep back onto course, aiming to set them up in front of the gap where he'll be hoping that they can see the gap and make their way through. Unfortunately, the sheep saw the gap around the other end of the obstacle and they decided to take that one instead. So Boone will have to bring them back on course again and try one more time. So the sheep have seen the gap now, but still chose to run past the front. he's got a bit of a chance. The sheep have seen the gap and was in a good position to get them through. Was well done there from Tom and Boone, and they're on their way now to the race. So Tom's just arriving at the race now, and the sheep have just run past him and made their way around the race one time, and Tom would be looking for a nice wide arc from Boone here to get in front of those sheep, and the sheep have just kept running past the mouth of the obstacle. So Tom's elected to retire there, and he's made the decision that things weren't going to improve, and rather than to continue to stress the dog and stress the sheep, he's decided to retire and perhaps even save a little bit of stress for himself. Nevertheless, it's been a great trial for Tom and very successful week for him, I'm sure. So Tom will receive no score in this final round of the Supreme Australian Championship. So that will mean he'll end up on a final score of 133.5. We have scores in now for Paul Darmody and Seafree Troy. So that a first round score of 69.5, a second round score of 62, and a final score of 84.5, giving them a total of 216. We know that Milton Cross with Andrina Floss unfortunately lost their sheep in this final round, so they will finish on the score they went into the top 10 on, 123. We also have a score for David Lacey and Akuna Blondie. And so they had a first round score of 71.5, a second round score of 52.5, and a top 10 score of 8.5, giving them a total of $132.5. So we have competitor number 7 in this top 10 final. The next competitor up is Ken Gelbart with Evelingrid Vern. So Ken's been trialling for about 15 years. He started in 2008. Some of his biggest achievements was that in 2019 he won all 3 classes at the Victorian Arena Championships. And he also made the top 20 of the Australian Supreme in Dalby. Last year it was a particularly strong year for Ken. He finished first and second in the Victorian State Championships. This dog, Evelyn Gavern, has been quite successful and has finished first in the Victorian Arena Championships in 2019 and then second in the Victorian State Championships this year. So Ken's coming into this top 10 final on a score of 120. So Ken and Vern have got things moving along nicely here. They've got a good chance to just settle the sheep now before going around the peg. And they've been able to draw the sheep fairly smoothly up the ground. And with the sheep now across the line, they'll be able to begin their walk shortly towards the gap. But before they do, Ken will just ensure that these sheep are settled inside of the corridor. And as we've seen throughout the afternoon, it's a difficult phase of the sheepdog trial to then change directions and head back up the ground where the sheep have come from. And the sheep know where they've come from, they know where home is, and often they'll be trying to make a break towards home, and as we allow them to head back in that direction, they can often gain confidence and begin to challenge the dog. But Ken's just making sure that these sheep know that Vern is capable of running out wide and covering them off, and he's now just gently introducing the dog back onto the sheep to turn them up the corridor, beginning to walk towards the gap. And as you can see, after a little bit of movement, the sheep have taken a run, and although they've run along the corridor, they have ended up quite a long way in front of Ken, so he's asked his dog Vern to come up and cover them and hold them, and he'll hold them in place now until Ken has caught up with the sheep. And then he'll start thinking fairly shortly about lining these sheep up for the best view of the gap as they approach. So the sheep have just run past the gap there, and Vern will just be bringing them back around towards the front of the gap and giving them another look and trying to settle them again before attempting to put them through one more time. So Ken's been able to gently work these sheep through the gap the wrong way, but it doesn't count. He'll have to put them back through the right way, but it's often a really good idea because, as you can see, once they've been through once, they'll happily go through a second time. Vern's got his work cut out for him now, just trying to hold these sheep up off the back fence where clearly they've been trying to get for a while. But he's good enough to do so, and they'll begin bringing those sheep back on course as they make their approach to the race. Some good work there by Ken and Vern, and they've got those sheep through the race fairly easily, and now we'll begin bringing those sheep back on course towards the bridge. So Ken and Vern have been able to deliver these sheep to the bridge fairly cleanly, and now they've got them set inside of the mouth of the obstacle. The sheep are just milling around and hopefully getting a good look of the exit of the obstacle. They're just looking up the bridge now, and a little bit of pressure from Vern, and up. Yep, up they go onto the bridge. Well done, great work there, and they'll quickly scamper off and gather those sheep back up and set them for the final carry towards the pen. Ken's moving fairly quickly, so he must feel that time is a bit of an issue now. So they're approaching the pen now and just bringing those sheep up to the opening and just trying to settle them and move them in as quickly as he can at this point. So the sheep are just facing the wrong way at the moment, and Vern will be just moving around trying to turn the heads. And there we have the one sheep has seen the way and led the others into the pen. So Vern will just be sitting and waiting for Ken to come out and shut the gate. Fantastic run there from Ken, Gelbart and Evelyn Vern. So I'm sure that'll be a good score. We look forward to getting that score in and just seeing where they land in the order of things this afternoon. So this is our final 10 of the whole trial, this Australian Supreme Championship. The next competitor up will be Pip Hudson, working his dog Hudson's Derby. They were able to score 81 in their first round and then 45.5 in the top 20 runoff. So they've come into this top 10 with a score of 126.5. Current leader at this stage of the trial is Paul Darmody with Zefrey Troy with a score of 216. Second place is Barry Knight with Fiesta Jane and a score of 180. And in third place we have Jim O'Connell with Flowers Griffin with a score of 163. So Pip steps up to the peg now and the judges give the signal to release the sheep. The sheep are coming out. And the sheep have come out towards the mark where the release has been designated. The judges are happy and now the time is on. So Derby begins his outrun. He'll be looking to take up a position behind the sheep and begin to lift them and draw them towards the worker. So these sheep have been on the move now since Derby came into contact with them, so I'm sure that Pip will be looking to steady things up here. Pip's a very experienced handler and I'm sure there's not a situation in this game he's never seen, so if anyone's capable of getting this sorted out, I'm sure that Pip will be the guy. Pip has an impressive CV in this game. He's been a past president of the Australian Sheepdog Workers Association. He's been a patron of the Sheepdog Workers Association. He's captained the Australian team against New Zealand and won. His greatest achievement, he says, is winning the doubles in the New Zealand TV series. As we said before, Pip is a very experienced sheepdog trialer, and he's won numerous trials all over Australia. And he has the very distinguished honour being able to claim that he's worked a perfect 100 at the Charlesville show. So in this sport, every competitor starts the trial with 100 points, and those points are deducted as they move around the course for various infractions. If the sheep move off course, or if the dogs do something that's not ideal, then points will be taken away. So to achieve a perfect 100 in this game is an absolutely remarkable feat. So after a bit of a hurried start, Darby's been able to get things back under control, and they've now got these sheep settled in front of the gap. They'll be looking to just roll them around now to allow the sheep a chance to see the opening. Some pretty smart work there from Darby just to block those sheep from escaping down the right hand side of the gap, but unfortunately they've doubled back around and come off course down to the left hand side of the gap. But Darby's getting them back on course now and has them in a good position to see the gap. I think one has just seen it and is now just eyeing it off. And there we go. We have a leader through the gap now. Some great work from Darby and Pip, and they'll be making their way now towards the race. Darby's done well to just block them up on the southern side of the corridor, and now be bringing them straight back on. And they'll be aiming to continue in a straight line all the way up towards the race. Pip's elected to take the dog right off the sheet there just to give them some space and to avoid risking bumping the tail of them. Now Darby's going to have to move and catch those sheep as they've taken a chance to just break out of the corridor now. But they've been able to do that, and now bringing the sheep back to course. A little bit of frustration and perhaps impatience there from Darby, and just a little dive in there which has caused the sheep to just bubble up a little bit, and don't have the work cut out for them just to reset them at the front of the obstacle and have another go at putting them through. So they've got the sheep settled nicely in front of the race, and they'll just be applying a little bit of gentle pressure here and showing them through, and there they go. Some good work so far around this course from Pip and Darby. They've had to wrestle back control at times, but they've got things under control there now. And they'll begin their approach to the bridge. He's now got the sheep back inside the corridor just in time to arrive at the bridge and begin setting them up to get them inside the mouth and over the top. The sheep are sitting inside of the mouth of the obstacle now, but facing the wrong way. So Darby and Pip will just need to roll them around and hopefully get them to have a look up the ramp. Unfortunately, the sheep have other ideas, and so they're making a bit of a break for it and around the side of the obstacle. So they've got the sheep looking up the bridge there now, and straight over they go. Can be frustrating sometimes, just how hard you can work at it the first time, and then they just go up. But in this game, you take what you get, because anything can change any moment. So with the sheep successfully over the bridge, Pip and Darby are making their way to the final obstacle, the pen. I think they've still got a couple of minutes in hand, so hopefully they should have time to get that done. So they've got the sheep walking along nicely inside of the corridor now. He's not under no stress at this stage. The sheep look calm and in a good spot to just look into the opening of the pen, and just having a good look there now. Just a little bit of pressure from Darby, and you feel they'll go in. And in they go. Time is beginning to get short, so I'm sure Pip will be moving as soon as he feels they're in position. And round he goes with the gate. And congratulations. Well done to Pip Hudson and Hudson's Derby. What a fantastic run. They had to work for it all the way around. But it was a great challenge there between the sheep and the dogs. So a new time was marching away there for Pip, but turns out there were 5 seconds to spare. So well done, Pip, and look forward to seeing your score. We've seen some very close calls throughout this trial, and a few of us, particularly yours truly, got caught short by just the smallest margin. I think another second would have done it for me, and we also saw Milton Cross with Andrina Floss caught short by just about the same margin. So it was good for Pip to get the gate shut then. And if you can hear the crowd in the background, the sweeper dog, worked by Malcolm Sorrell. Tinker just managed to put the sheep through the gap from the other end of the ground, which is a particularly good achievement. I'm not sure how intentional it was, but it was very well done all the same. So we're almost at the end of our Supreme Australian Championship down here in Strathalbyn. We've only got 2 more dogs to work in our top 10. This is the final of the Supreme Australian Championship, so at the end of these 2 runs we'll be able to declare the winner. Currently, with the scores that we have in at the moment, the leader is number 3 in the lineup, Paul Darmody with Z Free Troy on a score of 216. In second place, it is Barry Knight with Fiesta Jane on a score of 180. And in third place, Jim O'Connell with Flowers Griffin and a score of 163. So you'd feel that Pip Hudson with Hudson's Derby may be in and around the mark, and we look forward to hearing that score when it comes in. And up now we have Bill Davidson working his dog Stormy. I've been struggling with the prefix all weekend. I believe it's Wechillaba Stormy. Coming into this run, they have been our top scorers from the first run and the top 20. So they're coming in on a score of 164.5. And so far it's been a good start for Stormy. She's done her outrun and it was nice and wide and deep, and sheep have responded well to it so far. She's got the sheep drawing straight up the ground at the moment. So Bill Davidson and Wechillaba Stormy are continuing to draw those sheep gently up the ground, and they've been able to do so far in a nice gentle fashion, and the sheep have responded well to the dog. There've been no real breakaways and no real challenges up to this point. So Stormy's continuing to bring those sheep up the ground. They've just about made it to the peg now. at this point of the trial. Bill would certainly still be looking to settle these sheep down and just continue to get them used to the dog out there and take some of the run out of them before they begin their walk back up the ground towards the gap, the first obstacle. And as we've seen all afternoon, that is probably one of the trickiest points of the course here this afternoon, with the sheep wanting to return back to where they've come from at the release and challenging the dog up the grounds. You can see the lead sheep there just wants to make his way and break away every now and then, but so far Stormy's been good enough to block him up and get him back on course and just convince him that he's not quick enough to get away from Stormy. So we have a score in for Canjelba with their Lingua Verm. They had a first round score of 82. They run in the top 20 was a score of 38, so they came into this final on a score of 120. In the final, they received a score of 65, giving them a total of 185, which has them in second place currently, as we wait for some more scores to come through. So things are travelling quite well here for Bill Davidson and his dog Stormy. They've got the sheep positioned nicely in front of the gap, just working to just turn their heads so they can see the gap and hopefully find their way through. Unfortunately, the sheep have made the way past the gap now, so Stormy has a bit of a job to do to gather those sheep up and bring them back into position in front of the gap so they can have another go at working. You see the sheep have been a bit edgy in this last minute or so, and Stormy's had to work hard to just continue to shut down these little breaks. So far she's been up to the task. We also have a score in for Pip Hudson with Hudson's Derby. Unfortunately, one of those sheep ran around the outside of the gap there, but two did find their way through, so that may make life a little bit easier for Stormy when she's able to bring those sheep back around to the front. And well done, Stormy. They've got them through the gap now and will begin their walk towards the race. The sheep certainly made a few challenges out of that obstacle there, but Stormy's done well to work them through. So Stormy's got the sheep in good position there in front of the race. And the sheep have seen the gap and they run through. Very well worked there from Bill Davidson and Stormy, and they'll make their way towards the bridge. Time is beginning to be a little bit of a pressure here for Bill and Stormy, but there is still plenty of time to complete this course as things continue to go their way. You see the sheep are moving quietly between the obstacles now. We're stark contrast to what we had a few moments ago just in front of the gap, so you do get the sense that the sheep may have just settled a little and are now giving Stormy a chance to work them, but unfortunately two have found the side of the bridge. And so now they'll have to work those sheep back around to the front and attempt to put them back into the mouth of the bridge. Once the sheep have found the gaps once, though, it's often can be challenging to get them back into the mouth. They know how to get away. They know the gaps to run through, so they'll need to be on their guard between Bill and Stormy to make sure those sheep don't find that gap again. You see the one on the outside is just having a look down that space, but The sheep still looking around for a way out, and they've found it just down the side. And so, again, Stormy will have to collect those sheep up, deliver them back to the front of the bridge, and try again. And all this time, the points are ticking away, because as soon as they go past an obstacle, we consider them off course, and they'll be penalised by the judges. There might be time for one more attempt here at the bridge. Unfortunately not. Bad luck to Bill Davidson and Wachillaba Stormy. They've done a fantastic job throughout this week and shown some great runs. Very impressive scores throughout this weekend. Still, we will get a score for Bill Davidson and Wachillaba Stormy shortly, and look forward to seeing what that is. And it should still put them in among the placings, and we'll just look to see exactly where they finish up. So we have one competitor left in this 2023 Supreme Australian Championship. Last competitor up will be Ken Atherton, working his dog Ramulam Charlie. Charlie is one of two Kelpies in this final. He put up a very impressive 80.5 in his first round. Had a difficult run of it in the top 20 with a score of 35, and is coming into this final on a score of 115.5. So at this stage of the trial, Ken and Charlie will need a score of 101 to be able to win the Supreme Australian Championship, but they'll still be looking to compete and get amongst the prizes. And we wish them well for this final run of our championship. So the judge is happy that those sheep are in position, and they've signalled for time to start. And Charlie's begun his outrun now. And he's in position behind the sheep, ready to begin the lift and draw those sheep towards the competitor. So Ken Atherton is a farmer from Western Australia. He's quite experienced in yard and utility trials. He started originally in utility and yard trials back in 1985 at a trial at a place called Nanyup, which was run by Doug Connop, a well-known sheepdog trialer in the 3 sheep circles. This dog, Charlie, is 5 years old, and he's put in some fantastic performances over the last couple of days. In addition to the Supreme Championship, which Charlie has made the top 10, he also competed in the Interstate Challenge and gave us some great runs to watch in that competition also. So the sheep have gone around the gap, around the peg now, and Ken has begun his walk towards the gap. So Ken and Charlie are approaching the first obstacle, the gap. The sheep have just run past it, but Charlie's in position to hold them up and push them back in front of the obstacle, just as Ken still continues to make his way to the gap. So they're now in a good position to set these sheep up in front of the obstacle, and hopefully the sheep can just see the wide open escape route in front of them and take that road. The sheep have just ducked around the side there now, but Charlie's quick to cover them and send them back the other way. And again, Charlie's quick to get out in front of them and hold them up. So as the sheep just make their way through the gap now, we just keep an eye out to see how these sheep respond, and Charlie's quick to get out in front of them again. I see one of these sheep is calling out to its friends back there in the release, so I'm sure that Ken will be aware of that and just kind of watching the sheep to make sure they don't make a break for that back fence. There's the little break, but Charlie's quick enough to cover them. And now the sheep are back inside the corridor. They'll begin advancing towards the race. So the sheep are settled well in front of the race, and Charlie just be looking to just steer those sheep in towards the opening. He'll be hoping that they see the way through to the other side and gently make their way through the race. And there's some good work there by Charlie to get those sheep through the race, and they'll be making their way to the bridge. We have a score in for Bill Davidson with Werchella by Stormy. They had an outstanding first round and second round with a score of 79 and 85.5 in the top 20 yesterday. They came into the final on a score of 164.5. In the final 10 today, they scored 21, giving them a total score of 185.5. At this stage in the championship, that's good enough for them to be sitting in third place. Currently in first place, we have Paul Darmody with a score of 216. In second place, we have Pip Hudson with a score of 189.5. And in third place, we have Bill Davidson with a score of 185.5. It's very close in there in the minor places at the moment. And I'm sure that Ken and Charlie will still be looking to get amongst that as they continue to work towards getting their bridge completed. So Charlie's got these sheep lined up nicely at the front of the bridge, and he'll just be looking to roll them round and point them in towards the mouth. Unfortunately, the sheep are not really wanting to play the same game, so they've just ducked around the outside, but Charlie's brought them back quickly, and they'll try again to just roll them in. So now the sheep have a bit of a chance to look up the bridge and consider their options. And Charlie's there just to apply a little bit of pressure. The sheep have taken a step up onto the ramp, and off they go. Great work there from Ken and Charlie, and they make their final walk towards the pen. So far it's been a pretty tidy run there for Ken and Charlie, and they'll definitely be looking to get amongst it with a good score here. Unfortunately, the sheep have just run past the pen now, and Charlie will have to go and bring them back around to the front. And with the sheep now in position in front of the pen, they'll be just looking to roll some heads around and get those sheep pointing the right way. And Charlie's just been able to do that, but one slipped down the side. And as he was covering the one that slipped down the side, they made some ground and moved across the front of the pen. So Charlie will need to be quick here to get round to the front of them again and just hold them against that opening of the pen. I think he's got them in good position now as they're starting to move forward. One's quickly ducked around the outside and has gotten away again. So now that they've found the side, the obstacle, both Ken and Charlie will need to be on their guard to make sure that they don't find it again. Once the sheep have found the edge of an obstacle once, it gets harder and harder to get them in, as they know all the tricks to get away from the dog. So they've still got plenty of time to complete this course. So there'll be no rush at this stage from Ken and Charlie. It only takes a few seconds to get them in from here and shut the gate, but it's just a matter of ensuring that everything goes right and that the sheep don't find another little escape route round the side. So again, the sheep are looking into the pen, and they look to be a good chance to get these in here. Just a little sneak around there and try to get past the gate of the pen. They weren't able to do it. Charlie was quick to cover, but unfortunately again a little dart and one found the side of the pen, and Charlie will have to be quick now to hold them up so they don't come down the gate. He is quick and he's been able to head them off. Now just apply a little bit of pressure without bumping them too far the other side, and so with time ticking away, Ken and Charlie have been able to get those sheep into the pen. They're in the back corner. They look to be secured away as Ken brings the gate around. And fantastic effort. Well done, Ken, and well done, Charlie. It's been a fantastic championship for them. They've been fantastic to watch all the way through. Very enjoyable sheepdog trialling indeed. So that brings us to the end of our 2023 Supreme Australian Championship here at Strathalbyn. Just stand by for final scores and confirmation of results. Very shortly we'll be able to bring you the final categorisation and announce all the place winners. We'll be heading up towards the club rooms shortly for the presentations, so please hang around and celebrate with the winners and perhaps give some of the ones that missed out a pat on the back. At this point of the trial, I'd like to put in a special thank you to our judges, Mr. Gordon Curtis, who has been out on the golf cart for the whole week now, and Mr. Mike Depler, who's been walking up through the middle of the ground and judging the inside of the trial. They've put in a great effort, and I think everybody would have to be happy with the way the trial's been run, and they have to be really happy with the job that the judges have done. So if you can just ask, towards the southern end of the ground, there's a group of people walking. There's a lady with a pink or an apricot blouse. If you could just please stop, and someone's just wanting to catch up with you quickly. There we go. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. We'll send someone your way. She's got it. So I'll just give you the score for the final competitor, Ken Atherton, with Ramulan Charlie. He had a first round score of 80.5, a second round score of 35, and a final score today of 63.5. That's the third best result this afternoon, and that gives him a final score of 179. We'll be with you shortly with the final classification. And if you're still at the ground and want to make your way to the club rooms for presentations, they'll begin shortly as well. So thank you to everyone who's still stayed with us in the live stream. We'll be back to you shortly with the final scores. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage here, and we're certainly thankful of the people, the team here that's been able to bring this broadcast to you, and I hope from what I could see, it's been a really professional broadcast, and aside from perhaps the commentators from time to time. So we do thank the people at Adelaide Audio Visual Hire for their service this weekend. We also thank our major sponsors of this trial, but also of so many trials across Australia and certainly in South Australia. We wouldn't be where we are as a sport without the support of Hypro and their product, Dogpro. Most of us competitors do use their product, and we highly recommend it. And we encourage all of you who are here and all of you viewers to give their product a try. It's very high quality dog food, and I'm sure that you'll find it's very good for your dogs, as we do as well.